Committee in company of the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. These events shall be conducted in line with the National Orientation Agency's guidelines for the use of national anthem, the opening prayers, and closing prayer for all national events. Can we please be upstanding as we begin with the national anthem? The national anthem. Thank you very much. Can we please have our seats? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that I greet every one of you today. Good morning and welcome to this all-important 47th Annual Conference of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN. But before we continue to say anything, I'd like you to just give a warm welcome and a warm smile to the person sitting on your left and on your right. Just greet the person. Tell the person, welcome to ACEN Conference. I don't know how you want to say that, but in your dialect. Use your language. It will be easier for Madam President and the MD of MICOM, but I don't know for the President of ACEN and Madam President. What are you saying? All right, thank you all very much. Let me begin with a very short story, a story of a journey of challenges and, of course, of purpose. Many years ago, in the early 1970s, a group of visionary engineers, they looked around and they saw what? A vast horizon of opportunities and possibilities. Nigeria's city growing, demands of infrastructure mounting, but few voices dedicated solely to the craft of consulting engineering. They believed that consulting engineers must not merely respond to needs, but should help lead the nation, build environment and its transformation. So what did they do? They came together, formed a collective, and set out to build a platform for excellence, ethics, and professional unity. That collective became the Association of Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN, founded in 1971 and registered in 1979, with the objective of promoting and advancing consulting engineering practice in Nigeria. And over the decades, of course, ACEN has grown into a voice of independent engineering consultancy firms and forum for capacity building and a reference in the built environment. Today and over the course of this gathering, we are not just participants, we are inheritors of that founding vision. We carry forward their ambition to strengthen our profession, to shape policy, and to build sustainable infrastructures that lives our lives. It is therefore with profound honor that I welcome all of us to the 47th Annual Conference, AGM, and Dinner of ACEN. This is the 47th convening, a testament to resilience, relevance, and renewal. Under the banner, Closing the National Infrastructure Deficit and the Strategic Roles of Consulting Engineers. We gather here today at this ballroom here in Abuja Continental Hotel to explore, deliberate, and commit to action. The timing could not be more urgent. Across Nigeria, the gaps in transportation, energy, water, housing, and digital networks are palpable. To close those gaps demand technical excellence, but also strategic vision, integrity, and collaborations. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, over the next sessions, we shall engage in keynote reflections, panel dialogues, technical papers, and interactive discourse. Each segment is designed not only to challenge our thinking, but to shape a roadmap that positions consulting engineers at the core of national renewal. Therefore, I say this prayer that God bless our gathering, God bless Nigeria, and may this conference be a turning point in our collective mission to close the infrastructure deficit through consulting engineering excellence. Can you please put your hands together for yourselves? But ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to these events, may I take a recognition of every one of us and distinguished dignitaries and guests who are gracing this event with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, I'd like us to welcome to this event the President of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, our very amiable engineer, Kam Salem Alhaji Bukar, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Let's put our hands together for him. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you will agree with me, even with the light that we have in this hall, the hall became more radiant when we had some steps walked in and then we had to start the event. And that radiation is brought about by our very distinguished and amiable president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, the first female president of the NSE in our 67-year history. She is the 34th president of NSE. Please make welcome Engineer Margaret Aina Oguntala, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Also, ladies and gentlemen, here present we have the Vice President of this great and honorable Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria. Please let us put our hands together for Engineer Kunle Adebajo, Chartered Engineer, Fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers. We have here present also at this event, when you talk of rural electrification, he is one man that stands out. And I'm very sure if you don't have electrification in your rural area, after I recognize this person, is an expo, you know what to do. Please let us put our hands together for our very distinguished engineer, Dr. Abba Abubakar Aliyu. Let's put our hands together for him, the Managing Director of the Rural Electrification Agency. We have also present at this event a past president of this Association of Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer K.A. Adeola, FNSE Fellow of the Academy of Engineering. A round of applause for him. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have here present at this event one man who, of course, his style is one that is very dignified and unique, especially to himself. When I call his name, I'm sure you will know him. There are many ways you cannot beat him, and especially in his dressing, even though he takes care of a community. Let us make welcome His Royalty, Engineer Oti Otis Anyeji, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow Academy of Engineering, Knight of St. Gregory the Great. He is the Obi Onowutu Nnokija and past president of NSC and the chairman, Otis Engineering Nigeria Limited. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We have also here present at this event, if you check, there is no how we would be able to have this electricity or light if it does not go through what? Who knows what it goes through to give us light? Cables, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the very prominent and when it comes to the power sector and especially in the cable production, one name stands out. Even as the chairman of the Association of Cable Manufacturers in Nigeria, we have here present the managing director of MyCom Cables and Wires Limited. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Buki Adubi. I was almost tempted to add engineer to it before they crucify my name. And the NSC president is looking at you with one eye because you are in our sector. And I must confess that she's doing very well, and she has been a very good collaborator, especially with the activities of engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also here present at this event a past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and the GM Generation Niger Delta Power Holding Company of Nigeria, Engineer Valerie Ifueko Agberagba, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Let's put our hands together for her. Past Vice President, Past Vice President of NSC. You are very, very much welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I equally want to recognize here at this event, okay. All right, at this event, I don't know if he's present at this event, the Honorary Treasurer of ACEN, Engineer Bolarinwa James Olowe, FNSC. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have here present one person who is not just managing ACEN, she's managing all the firms in ACEN, managing all the ESCO, managing the council member, and I'm very sure managing us at this event. When I call her, you will see where she's seated, and then you will know that we are all being well managed. Please put your hands together for the Managing Director of ACEN, Engineer Olufunmilayo Kadri, FNSC. You are very, very much welcome, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, all ESCO members of ACEN here present, please, wherever you are, wave your hands. All ESCO members, you are very, very much welcome. All our past presidents, we have called one, and then all those who are joining us online, you are very, very much welcome. Please, co-opted members of the ESCO of ACEN, if you are here, can you please stand up for recognition? Wave your hands wherever you are. You are welcome. Chairman and members of the Planning Committee of ACEN, please, can you wave your hands wherever you are? Put your hands together for them. You are very, very much welcome. And of course, we have also in our midst the Honorable Engineer Tijani Goni Alkali, FNSC, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Works of Water Resources, Borno State. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Also, we have here representing the President of the Nigerian Institution of Quantity Surveyors. Oh, good. The President of the Nigerian Institution of Quantity Surveyors, QS Ahmed Usman Kankai, FNIQS. Please, a round of applause for him. He is the chairman of the FCT chapter of FNIQS. And we recognize also a past vice president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, past registrar of COREN, and past executive secretary of NSC, our very own engineer Dr. Felix Atumi, FNSC, FA Inch, MNI. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, the chairman and members of the planning committee will welcome you. All firm members of ACEN, you are welcome. Sponsors and collaborators, fellows of NSC and all divisions, engineers here present. I see ESCO members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers here present. Please wave your hands. You are very, very much welcome. We appreciate you. Engineers here present, friends and well-wishers, the media, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Emmanuel Oshala Ejika, MNSC PMP, and I'll be the Director of Programs at this event. And I want to assure you it is going to be a very wonderful and interesting one. But before we continue to any item of the agenda now, may I quickly invite for safety briefing Mr. Saleh Mohammed, the Safety Manager, Abuja Continental Hotels. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, participants. You're welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. This is the safest, secured, and the most comfortable event center in Abuja. My name is Saleh Mohammed. I'm the Hotel Safety Manager. For your safety and security, we deem it necessary to tell you the protocols as regards the use of this hall, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, it is very easy to locate. You can just walk out through this main entrance door. As you proceed straight opposite the door is the convenience. The door to the left-hand side there is for the female, while the door, there's a renovation, sorry for that. There's a change in the convenience now, there's an issue and it's being closed. So what you just do is to just still move out from the door, turn to the left, we have alternative convenience. You just go straight down there. At the end, there you see one fire extinguisher hanged on the wall. Beside it, to the right-hand side, is the main entrance to the convenience. When you get there, you see two doors closer to each other. The one to the left-hand side is for the female convenience, while the one to the right-hand side is for the male convenience. Please, we advise you always look before you enter so that you don't find yourself in a wrong destination. Aside that, today is not scheduled for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that, that suggests that something might have gone wrong somewhere or it's a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic. Be calm, because we have emergency response team members on standby to do the needful should something go contrary to our expectation. Then, if evacuation becomes necessary, we have two assembly points. One, you can still walk out through this main entrance door, turn to the left, from there you turn to the right. As you proceed further towards the scanning machine, the main entrance, you see 4 exit doors. You can just gently pass through any. As soon as you pass through, turn to the left, you see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group, as others are having their event within the Ladi Kwali Hall. If assembly will not be possible there for whatsoever reason, we have alternative assembly point. And you can get there by passing through any of these 2 exit doors. As soon as you pass through, turn to the left, you start seeing the directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then on the security aspect, this is a public place, though it's a controlled environment. It is therefore important that your personal valuable belongings, more especially a mobile phone, should not be left unattended. If you have a cause to leave where you are seated, maybe going to the convenience, tea break, or lunch. It's not just peculiar to this place, as we all know. It's a global best practice, so they will not have a cause to complain of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for any. So please be guarded. Then we pray that there will be no medical emergency, but should there be any, we have first aiders all over to do the needful. And whatsoever beyond our control, we have a hospital just a 5 minutes drive away from the hotel, you'll be referred to there for proper medical examination. Then any other emergency that's not medically related, we have a dedicated line. You just dial extension 8111, or better still, you can just call any of our staff around and we'll be called within 3 to 5 minutes to do the needful. And whatsoever beyond our control, we have related government agencies domiciled in this place to take over from where our limit stops. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the oversight. I went to the past, but we have the present within us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here a Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, just seeing you right now, Engineer Usman Tijani, FNSC, the VP, Collaboration and Linkages. You are welcome. And we have also Engineer Dauda Musa, FNSC, ESCO Member Corporate Services. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite for his welcome opening remarks, the Chairman of the 2025 Conference and AGM Planning Committee of the 47th ACEN Conference, Engineer Dr. Sam Otenaike, FNSC, FIMC. Can we please put our hands together for him as we have his remarks?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Director of Programs. We'll probably ask the Secretariat to issue you your letter of appointment, as the MC has appointed himself as the Director of Programs. Thank you very much. Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, our dedicated members, and all our valued participants. And for all the distinguished guests that have been recognized, I stand on the existing protocol. It's my immense pleasure to, on behalf of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria and the entire Council and Mr. President, to extend a very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you that are here this morning at the 47th Annual Conference and AGM and dinner. It's with profound gratitude to all that this event has been made possible, and particularly our sponsors and partners, and all the members who have registered to be at this conference. You will notice from the theme of this year's conference, which is the closing the national infrastructure gap deficit and the strategic role of consulting engineers, that if there is something that speaks to the urgent need of our nation, it's this subject. And you will also agree with me that the administration of President Tinubu has laid so much emphasis on infrastructure. So at this critical junction, we are here to lend our voice and to examine the issues that surround this infrastructure deficit, trusting that with the policymakers that are here, the director generals of the various organizations that are responsible for infrastructure that are with us, we hope that together we'll be able to look at this subject matter and come up with resolutions that will aid and add value to what the government of the day is doing, and also the role that consulting engineers should play. Over the next 2 days, we'll be looking into the themes, sub-themes, like strengthening local content amidst global shift, leveraging strategic partnership with ACEN in driving a sustainable energy future, the strategic role of consulting engineers in national development. And we trust that these sessions, along with the technical discussions, will inspire innovation and foster collaboration among both the government and the private sector. And so therefore, I'm encouraging all delegates to please participate actively. Let's share our various insights and engage in meaningful dialogue. We trust that the future of engineering consultancy in Nigeria depends on our ability to innovate, and not just to innovate, but to collaborate and uphold the highest ethical standards. And therefore, on behalf of our president of the Association for Consulting Engineers in Nigeria, I'm honored to formally declare the 47th Annual Conference and AGM open. Thank you, and may we all have fruitful and impactful deliberations. Thank you.
Can we have a background music just for 30 seconds? Thank you. So even in our pause, can we now put our hands together for the chairman of the conference and AGM Planning Committee, Engineer Dr. Sam Otenaike, FNSC. Thank you very much for that wonderful address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every great institution thrives on visionary leadership, and the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria is no exception. For over 5 decades, our association has championed excellence, integrity, and innovation in consulting engineering across Nigeria. At the helm is a leader whose passion for sustainable infrastructure and professional growth continues to inspire us all. Please join me in warmly welcoming the President of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Kam Selem Alhaji Bukar, FNSC FNICE, to deliver his welcome address. Can we please put our hands together for him? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, my President Nigeria Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aina Guntola, my Vice President, Engineer Kunle Adebajo, FNSC, my Honorable Treasurer, Engineer Bola Olowe, thank you. Past President, Engineer Bayo Adiola, good to have you. The Managing Director, REA, Engineer Dr. Abubakar Aliu, good to have you, sir. His Royalty Engineer Otis Ayeji, past President NSC, welcome, sir. Our partner and Ms. Olubukola Adubi, the MD, MICOM. The Managing Director, Association for Consulting Engineering, Engineer Fumilayo Kadri. Other distinguished council members here present, members of ICANN, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you all to the 47th Annual Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ICANN. This gathering represents not only tradition of excellence, but also a commitment to shaping the future of engineering and infrastructure development in our nation. Our theme for this year, closing the national infrastructural deficit, and the strategic role of consulting engineers could not be more timely. Nigeria stands at a critical juncture where infrastructure development is essential for economic growth, social progress, and globally competitiveness. Consulting engineers are uniquely positioned to provide the expertise, innovation, and strategic guidance required to bridge the gap. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in robust discussions share insight, and explore practical solutions that will enable us to deliver sustainable infrastructure projects. The conference is not just about identifying the challenges, it is about creating actionable strategies and partnerships that will transform our wisdom in reality. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our partners, sponsors, and organizing committee for their dedication in making this event possible. To all participants, I encourage you to take full advantage of the sessions, network opportunities, and collaborative platform provided. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to excellence. ACEN is synonymous to quality, integrity, and sustainability. Integrity and innovation in consulting engineering. By doing so, we will not only close the infrastructure deficit, but also build a stronger, more resilient Nigeria for generations to come. May I, at this juncture, also recognize the arrival of the representative of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation in the person of Professor Babatunde Bolaji Bernard. Permit me also to recognize the presence of some of my close associates and friends in the presence of all the way from Maiduguri, the Honorable Commissioner of Water Resources, in the person of Engineer Goni Alkali Tijani. May I request you to take a seat at the front, please. Engineer Tijani, please come and take a seat here at the front. Also, I wanted to recognize is my also very best friend and the Vice President, Northeast Nigeria Society of Engineers, in the person of Engineer Osman Tijani. Good to have you, sir. Also, my sister, Mr. Roni Anghong, Engineer Aishatu Ali Umar, Vice President, NSC. Good to have you. So, I can only say thank you and welcome to the 47th Annual General Meeting and AGM of the Association for Consulting Engineers. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for the President of ACEN? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for that wonderful welcome address bestowed on us at this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to the program of our agenda for this event. And to address us now, I would want to say it is my distinct honor to recognize a trailblazer in the engineering profession. The name I would call after now, we all know she is the 34th president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and the first female president to hold this prestigious position in the society's 67-year history. She's known for her visionary agenda of rebirthing the Nigerian Society of Engineers for transformative initiative aimed at fostering growth, empowerment, and advancement in the engineering profession with 5 strategic pillars of membership development, intergovernmental industry and academia collaboration, international relations, community impact, and NSE reimaging. If you all know Baba Afe Babalola San, he calls her a woman of substantial substance. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, let us welcome the President and Chairman in Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, FNSC, for her address.
The President of ACEN, Engineer Kam Salem Alhaji Bukar, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, the Vice President of ACEN, my boss, Engineer Adekunle Adebajo, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, past presidents of ACEN here present, particularly, let me use Engineer Bayo Adiola as a point of contact to all the past presidents of ACEN who are here. Let me recognize my predecessor, one of my mentors. I'm one of his greatest fans, and he knows it. The 30th president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Otis Oliver Tabubo Anyeji, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I'd also like to recognize here the guest of honor for this event, the President of the Cable Manufacturers Association, Mrs. Bukola Adubi. Let me also recognize my Vice President Collaboration and Linkages, Engineer Usman Tijani, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, MNI. I'd also like to recognize National EXCO member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, EXCO member Corporate Services, Engineer Dauda Umusa, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. We have here, although they have been introduced, but I do have the duty of recognizing them because they have served the Nigerian Society of Engineers honorably. We have here a former Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, former Vice President, World Federation of Engineering Organizations, Engineer Valerie Ifeku Agbiragba, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. And another former Vice President who has also gone on to become the African Continental Representative of the World Council of Civil Engineers, Engineer Aishatu Aliyu, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. Very distinguished guests here present, fellows of the Nigerian Society of Engineers here present, I recognize you all. Oh, and please permit me to recognize a former Vice President, who is also a former Registrar of Koren, former Commissioner for Works, Benue State, former Executive Secretary, Nigerian Society of Engineers. He has so many caps, feathers to his cap. Engineer Felix Atume, FNSC, MNI. Thank you. Distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I bring you warm greetings from the Council and entire members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. On this auspicious occasion of the 2025 Annual Conference of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACEN. Commendation. On behalf of the NSE, I wish to express our deep admiration for the continued dedication and commitment of ACEN to the advancement of sustainable development and engineering excellence in Nigeria. Your steadfast role in promoting professionalism, innovation, and ethical practice in consulting engineering remains commendable and exemplary. The convening of this year's conference is timely, and the theme, closing the national infrastructure deficit and the strategic role of consulting engineers, is not just apt, but very apt. Given the multifaceted economic realities currently facing our country, this platform offers a unique opportunity for critical dialogue and strategic engagement on how best to mitigate the perennial challenges confronting our infrastructure and development sectors. Irrespective of prevailing economic constraints, it is imperative that the execution of infrastructure projects by both subnational and federal governments continue unabated. These projects remain the backbone of national development, job creation, and economic stability. The critical role of ACEN in the economy. Over the years, ACEN has consistently been at the forefront of promoting the judicious deployment of resources in the face of competing national priorities, ensuring value for money, and upholding the principles of transparency and good governance in project execution. I thought you would want to give ACEN a round of applause. Thank you. I urge you to please sustain this noble path, as it aligns perfectly with the mission and values that we hold dear at the Nigerian Society of Engineers. As you deliberate during this conference, may your discussions yield innovative solutions and actionable recommendations that will contribute meaningfully to national development and the progress of the engineering profession in Nigeria. 2025 NSC International Engineering Conference and Annual General Meeting. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to remind you of the landmark occasion of our calendar, the 2025 International Engineering Conference, Annual General Meeting and Exhibition, which is scheduled to hold from December 1 to 5, 2025, at the International Conference Center, University of Ibadan in Oyo State. We have already secured and received strong commitments from top government functionaries, captains of industry, and leaders in the development sector regarding their participation in this all-important, largest engineering gathering in sub-Saharan Africa. Please extend the invitation to other professionals and corporate organizations. And you can do this by visiting the conference website, which is www.conference.nsc.org.ng. And for those of you who have downloaded the NSC app, please just open your app and you'll be able to do a lot of things, including, of course, paying your subscription. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I close, I'd like to recognize someone who walked in a few moments ago, President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers in years 2008 and 2009, Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSC MNI. You are welcome, sir. On this note, I'd like to wish ACEN a very successful conference and fruitful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Please, can we put our hands together once more for the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, FNSC. Thank you very much for that wonderful address. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to another part of the event, and at this time we'll begin to listen to speeches and our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly I would like to introduce for the keynote speech a man who is a seasoned engineer and energy expert, a public sector leader with extensive experience in power systems planning, renewable energy development, and rural electrification, leading the implementation of Nigeria's off-grid electrification strategy and national renewable energy initiatives. Under his leadership, the Rural Electrification Agency has advanced the deployment of innovative, sustainable energy solutions that are transforming lives across Nigeria's rural underserved communities. He is a very passionate advocate for sustainable energy and inclusive development as he continues to champion partnerships that strengthen Nigeria's energy infrastructure and empower communities through reliable electricity access. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together as we invite to the podium for his keynote address the Managing Director of the Rural Electrification Agency, Dr. Abba Abubakar Aliyu, Fellow of the Energy Institute. A round of applause for him.
I would like to stand on existing protocol. I'm not the kind of person that likes to go through all the protocols. Once established, I will come and adopt whatever protocol has already been established. And I would like to start also by a caveat. I'm not an engineer. I'm an economist working in the engineering field. And I noticed this cliche, wherever someone who is not an engineer is working within the engineering field, so he's naturally assumed that he's an engineer. And I vividly remembered when I was invited to the Nigerian Society for Engineers zonal conference, something like that in Bayero University. And I had a write-up that I wanted to present my remarks, but that cliche of the assumption that anybody working within the engineering field is an engineer made me to change my speech. And I presented an argument that engineers are a bit sitting down and people like us are encroaching into the engineering field. And my argument was that as engineers, we need to blend our technical competencies with certain areas. Otherwise, people like us will continue to take over your job. And I mean it. And I gave the example. At some point, if you look at the power sector, all the people that were heading the key agencies of the power sector, at some point there was no single engineer heading it. We had a finance person who was with African Development Bank heading the transmission company of Nigeria, and arguably he was one of the best MDs of TCN. We had, for example, a lawyer that was heading the NDPH, Valerie, who was one of the key people that helped in the legal structuring of the power sector. And people like us, an economist, a commercial framework heading REA. And this is because the fact that the power sector has been unbundled has changed the entire dynamics of the sector. The sector now runs on commercial legal framework. And as engineers, if we do not acquire these technical competencies, we will be short in taking certain position. But that's by the way. My remarks today, it's also something a bit different. And what made me, I was invited very late, and what made me to take this opportunity to come for this is because of the title of this, Closing the National Infrastructure Deficit. My mandate as the Managing Director of Rural Electrification Agency is to bridge the infrastructure deficit of about 86 million people. And that is why I feel that the theme of this conference is more aligned with what I'm doing. And I would like to come here to present the enormous challenge being faced in addressing this electricity access gap. I was invited for an interview with TVC, and I was shocked to find out from the presenter who told me that since the time of NPN, I don't know which republic was, that it was a campaign slogan of the NPN to bridge the electricity access of rural areas. So imagine from that time to today, we are still talking about addressing the electricity access of rural areas. And now Nigeria has the highest number of people without electricity access challenge. And to me, it is a challenge to engineers. It is a challenge to the people that are innovative, people that have the technical know-how to develop innovative infrastructure to address this access challenge. But not only that, while Nigeria, we are talking of addressing the access challenge, the global dynamics is changing completely. Last week, I was reading the interview that was done by the OpenAI MD and the MD of Microsoft. They were discussing the AI future, and they were talking about what is the main challenge of AI penetration. And guess what? It is not the war of the chip between the US and the China or the development of the high-level chips. The main challenge of AI penetration is generation of electricity access. It is envisaged that by 2030, the electricity required to move the AI penetration is going to be around 945 terawatt hour of electricity. While in Nigeria, we are talking about bridging electricity access gap, a number of people are looking at how to triple their electricity for them to harness the new AI generation. If you have a ChatGPT and you now type who is the president of NSE, in a semi-second, in few seconds, the ChatGPT will give you the history and the technical biography of the president. What you don't know is that the packet of electricity required to generate that millisecond information is a quantum of kilowatt hour of electricity. And we are still speaking of addressing excess challenge. So my main speech, which I'm yet to start, argues that it is a challenge for us as engineers that we should not only look at addressing the bridging the electricity access challenge, but looking at the future and developing innovative means of electrifying the country. My speech. It is a privilege to join us, to join these distinguished bodies of engineers, the vanguard of Nigeria's infrastructural development. The Association of Consulting Engineers of Nigeria continues to shape the professional backbone of our nation progress, from roads and bridges to evolving energy system that will power our collective future. As engineers, You stand at the intersection of innovation and nation building. Today, that intersection is being reshaped by global transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, from centralized grid to decentralized system, and from energy consumption to energy productivity. In Rural Electrification Agency, our mandate is very clear: to accelerate sustainable energy access for all Nigerians through renewable energy and decentralized system. Today, we are implementing over $3 billion worth of programs and projects across the country. These programs are supported by development partners, financiers, and private sectors, from the National Public Sector Solarization Initiative to the Distributed Access Through Renewable Energy Scale-Up, which is the biggest publicly funded renewable project in the entire world, to the Energizing Education project that we are currently implementing. Each of these programs depends on engineering excellence, design integrity, quality assurance, and innovation that ensures reliability, safety, and sustainability. That is why in REA we feel that collaboration with the engineering community is not just optional, but it is essential. Under the direction of His Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria is now implementing the Nigeria First policy, a deliberate effort to ensure that a renewable energy system we deploy are increasingly designed, assembled, and manufactured in Nigeria. This is the next frontier of engineering leadership, and this is one of the areas that we believe that the consulting engineers and the NSC would take a lead in the country by ensuring that we domesticate this value creation. Already during the recent Nigerian Renewable Energy Innovation Forum that was hosted by REA, deals were signed for the establishment of renewable energy manufacturing plant in the country, worth that will manufacture 4 gigawatt per annum of solar manufacturing capacity. This means more work for our engineers in component design, civil work, grid integration system, control and operation, and management. And why does this matter to us? This is because global energy systems are transforming very fast. If you look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, it has mobilized over $1 trillion in clean energy investment. This is just a policy that was put in place by the United States government. In Europe, the Green Deal adds another €1 trillion of sustainable industry financing. In Nigeria, where we have the biggest market and the base of human resources, we cannot continue to just stay behind. We must become designers, manufacturers, and exporters of clean energy, leveraging on the market that we have in the country. The opportunity ahead is, in partnership with ASEN and REA, we see developing national engineering standards for decentralized renewable energy system, building indigenous capacity in solar battery and control system design, promoting research, industry collaboration for the next generation of power technologies, and enabling Nigerian engineering firms to compete regionally in energy infrastructure delivery. In conclusion, distinguished engineers, the energy future we seek will not be built by policies alone, but by engineering ingenuity. Let us continue to collaborate, public and private, government and professional, to build a resilient, inclusive, and proudly Nigerian energy sector. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
That's a very wonderful one. A round of applause once more for him. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a few goodwill messages. To address us now is the representative of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Professor Babatunde Bolaji Bernard. Let's put our hands together for him as he gives us the SGF's goodwill.
I was sincerely hoping that the engineers will rush the MD of REA after he comes down from the podium. But I can see that his message is well taken. I can assure you, my dear friend, MD, that the issues you raise with respect to our distinguished engineers, it's actually a typical Nigerian problem that I have seen. There seems to be a divide between the private sector and government. The private sector seems to always want to stand aside and watch government make all the effort. But I'm very certain that he was bold enough to remind you that as long as you stand aside, some other people will fill in the gap and do the needful. Nigeria is our own. Like, I just came back from London and I had some serious argument with my colleagues who have seemed to, I would say they are deceiving themselves that they are established in London. We parted our ways many years ago. I served the UN, and at 40, I retired from the UN and I came back to my country to do my own contribution. As far as I'm concerned, I'm better than them. But the argument was they don't want to come back home because there is no platform. But you and I know that for them to live in a world where information is replete, they are making those kind of statements. It was completely false. The present government has decided to go to the root of the problem of Nigeria with respect to policy and the dynamics. There is no country that it's known, no country, the United States, the Scandinavians that almost have a perfect government, the UK itself, no country can develop without critical infrastructure. It begins there. If we don't have some basic critical infrastructure, we will keep romancing the problem of development at its surface. In Nigeria, I largely believe psychology, the tendency to agree with one another and work together in what I always term national integration, is still completely abysmally low. If I ask captains of industry seated here today how much they put aside for research in their firms, the answer will almost always be zero. But on the educated platforms, it is said is R and D. Research and development. So how do you develop without research? I don't want to go to the nitty-gritty of defining research, but it's a way of finding solutions to national problems. The universities are there. Their researches are still done and kept on the shelves. Nobody is financing real-time research. Nobody is financing the kind of research that the product can be commercialized. If that is not happening, we will continue to import technology, and in 50 years, when most of us here would have been gone, our children will still be talking about infrastructural development, like the MD rightly pointed out, that in some time back, of course, since I became conscious as a young man, there has always been budget for roads, power, hospital, and all this. And the next government budgets for it like it has never been done. My fathers, my mothers. Engineering consulting, it's a very strategic. I do projects. I have a private company of my own, and I know the role of an engineering consultant. You are strategic. I think you should come closer to government. As a pressure group, you can find what government is doing right or wrong, and you can advise government that this is the way to go. Some of the infrastructural development that the current government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is undertaking, we are designed in 1958. I was hoping that the Minister of Works would be here, because I'm a member of a committee of a section of that superhighway. It was designed in 1958. Check with him. So we have had successive governments. Once upon a time, Nigeria paid the salaries of governments of other countries. What happened to critical infrastructural development? We should have gone past here by now. This government should be thinking of designing. The other people are designing how to migrate to the moon when they destroy the earth. So, which this government should be thinking about production of aircraft, production of drones, not road infrastructure. But it has never been done properly. Hence, the critical infrastructure by the current government is deeply taken as one of the renewed hope agenda to be able to reposition the country on its path to development. The superhighway arises from Sokoto to Badagry, Badagry, Lagos, Lagos to Calabar, Calabar to Abuja. Abuja, the only added version is the Abuja to Bauchi. The president said that so that he can touch all the 6 geopolitical zones. Every other thing was designed a long time before now. But they removed Nigeria, everything we have, and laid that road, imaginarily, laid that road, and imagine the level of development we would have achieved by now. In the Sokoto-Badagry axis, there are 23 vestigial dams there. With that road in construction, those dams will come alive. Water, electricity, irrigation, you just name it. Development, ordinarily, all of us know, just tear road in one forest. Land will go up, activities will start, estates, these things are connected. But all these critical infrastructures were ignored until now. The president has made up his mind. Nigerians, we feel it. We always forget during the campaign some of the things that are told. We will feel the pinch. But when these infrastructures are laid, there will be a monumental change in the way we do business. Many of us are in Abuja here, even an ordinary akara seller. If the person finds out that from Lagos is congested, and I can take my akara and I'll be on a fast speed lane, on a fast speed train, and come 2 hours to Abuja and sell my akara and go back to Lagos. That level of commerce is what is being denied in the country. So we live in Abuja and we haven't been to Lagos or haven't been to Kano, or some people haven't from Kano been to Abuja in 20 years. But if there was that movement, the ease of doing business will increase. More than ever, the importance of consultant engineers, it's needed. And you need to come close to government. Even the Society of Engineers, you need to come to government. If government doesn't invite you, Nigeria belongs to us all. Government, we hear you are doing this one. We want to be part of it. What can we do to assist you? Well, the MD Arie set the tone, because sometimes it's always good to be angry with each other, so that we can reposition ourselves and know that the Nigeria we desire can not only come by government efforts, it can only come by all of us working together. Permit me, therefore, to stand on already established protocol and deliver the one-page goodwill message from my principal, distinguished Senator George Akume, who couldn't be here for other state issues that are very pressing. I'll therefore read. The President and Council of the Association of Consulting Engineers in Nigeria, ACEN, distinguished engineers, respected colleagues, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to join you at this year's annual general meeting and conference of ACEN, a gathering of Nigeria's finest minds of engineering consultancy. I convey warm greetings from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who sends his appreciation to the nation's consulting engineers for your unwavering professionalism, innovation, and patriotism in nation building. Your conference team, Closing the National Infrastructure Deficit and the Strategic Role of Consulting Engineers, resonate deeply with the Renew Hope agenda of President Tinubu administration. It underscores our shared recognition that infrastructure is not just a sector concern, but the backbone of economic transformation, social inclusion, and national competitiveness. Since assuming office, President Tinubu has set in motion a transformative agenda to modernize Nigeria's critical infrastructure through clear policy direction, robust financing frameworks, and effective project delivery mechanisms. The focus is on transportation, power, energy, digital connectivity, housing, and water resources, all designed to unlock productivity and create jobs across the Federation. In the last 1 year, this administration has accelerated work in over 40 strategic highway projects, including the Lagos-Calabar Highway, Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Expressway, and Port Harcourt-Maiduguri reconstruction corridors. These projects are part of an integrated national transport master plan that seeks to reduce logistics costs, strengthen interconnectivity, and promote trade efficacy because of the ease of movement. In the power and energy sector, the MD has stressed on this very much, but the President has approved a comprehensive reform roadmap to expand generation capacity and to modernize the national grid. The Presidential Power Initiative, PPI, and distribution expansion programs are being implemented alongside incentives for renewable energy investments, particularly solar mini grids and off-grid electrification to bring power to the underserved communities. We are also deepening our investment in rail modernization. I'm sure you must have been hearing of the high-speed rail. The last conference was held here, and financiers have been into the country waiting for government approval of the FBC so that this project will commence. Abuja to Lagos, Lagos to Kano, Abuja to Lagos, Abuja to Kano, Abuja to Port Harcourt, and eventually it will cut across the 36 states of the country and the FCT. It's about 350 kilometer per hour rail, and the FBC is the only thing waiting for this project to commence, and it has gone very far. The Federal Executive Council, under my coordination, that is the SGF, continues to prioritize infrastructure projects with demonstrable impact and sustainable funding sources. Distinguished colleagues, none of these efforts will be possible without the technical competence and innovations of Nigerian consulting engineers. ACEM members are the unsung heroes, ensuring that our roads, bridges, water systems, and power projects meet global standards of safety, efficiency, and sustainability. The federal government recognizes your critical role, from feasibility studies to project management and maintenance, and we are committed to deeper partnership with your association. Through the Presidential Council on Infrastructure Delivery and Monitoring, we are introducing new frameworks for quality assurance, capacity building, and local content optimization in engineering consultancy. In conclusion, as we move forward, let us remember that closing the infrastructural gap requires synergy between government, private consulting firms, academia, and financiers. Together, we can deliver the resilient, smart, and sustainable infrastructure that Nigeria future demands. I once again commend ACEN for your leadership in advancing engineering excellence and assure you that the Tinubu administration remains steadfast in its resolve to build the critical infrastructure foundation for inclusive growth and national renewal. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished Senator George Akume.
Thank you very much, Professor Babatunde Bolaji Bernard, representing the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now listen to the goodwill message of Professor Sadiq Zubair Abubakar, FNSE, the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. He's ably represented here at this event by a past president of Koren and past president of NSE, Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSE, FA Eng, MNI. Let's put our hands together for him.
Mr. President of ACEN, representative of the SGF, and all the eminent people that are here. The president of Koren played a smart one on me. He didn't consult me. He didn't even just send a message begging me that I should please represent him. But the advantage of that is that he didn't share with me what you want as his goodwill message. So I'm at liberty to say what I want to say. And the first thing I will say is to do a small response to the SGF, a direct message. Himself and the president are not doing enough for engineering and engineers. I say this with all sense of responsibility. I'm a member of the APC. I was a member of the campaign council. If you check the list at number 50 of the 2000, you will see my name. So I have the right to say what I want to say about the government in which I was central. Now, all these projects that you have mentioned, we shouldn't be telling us about them here if we were involved. What other countries do is to bring the engineers on board at the conception of the project, and they follow through with it. But when you are just informing us, it's not good, no. Secondly, the world has changed. People say there's no money. There's money. Money is running around, but it only goes to where it is needed, not wanted. I give an example. We want it to be short. We are doing a coastal road. Coastal Road is an elitist road. It has capacity for paying for itself. If you properly design it and engage the right people, because the investor wants to know who are the people behind this project. Is the engineering done by engineers? Are the financing done by financiers, real people with competencies? So if that is not there, nobody brings their money. Because a coastal road, the way it is conceptualized, that you should have resorts, you have hotels, all manners of things that if I want to go on holidays and I leave Lagos, for instance, I don't need to go with my car. I join a beautiful bus or a train. I stop at various places. I could take 1 month or 2 weeks to get to Calabar. When I get to Calabar, I go and fly away to wherever I'm going. Egypt here with a short span on the Nile. You go there, you spend 3 days, 3 nights on the Nile. You stop over in villages, and on those you have telephone, you have everything. That is how it is done. People bring money to it, but you want to carry our money, scarce money, to go and do that route, or even the Sokoto has been there. Sokoto has been there. I remember when I was doing my NYC, I used to go to Lagos every weekend because I was serving in Ilaru. I saw the clearance of the road around, that is 81, 82. They had cleared the corridor. At that time, around Papalanto, you cross it before you go to Ilaru. So it's not a new project, but because it was not properly done, it could not take off. Even this takeoff will fail. You don't have that money. Nigeria doesn't have that money to do it. You're just saying it. You're only doing politics. But if you really want to do it, come to engineers, get the consultants to do something about it so that it can work. Nigeria can work if only you engage engineers. Engineers, unfortunately, are not. Our training makes us a bit. We even appear primitive because of our training. You know, in engineering, they will give you workshop. You have lab. You are reporting every day. You are reporting one thing or that. So you can't do social life. So people are going to parties. You can't go to party. So that's why our level of interaction is not very, very high. Where we are not wanted, we don't go to. So if the government will try always, will write letter to government. If you ask Akem President, maybe I sent about 10 letters to the Secretary of the Government since he came into office, and they have not replied even one. The same thing with the President. So please tell the SGF, let him first of all invite engineers. Talk with them. Talk with them. It's our country. It's our country. We love it as much as they love it, even not more. So that is my good message. Thank you very much.
You will have to do that again, because if there is one man who will always give it as it is, I think we'll give it up for Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSE, FA, MNI. A round of applause for him once more. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next item on the agenda, can we please have the display of our online participants? Let us appreciate them and welcome them. Those are the special people. You know, they'll just be online, they're wondering what is happening at the venue, and especially for the fact that you will now be having refreshments. They will be perceiving the aroma. I wonder what they will do. So please, we shall now go for our tea break. And that tea break will be for 30 minutes, which means we should be back. Okay, I'll give us 4 minutes addition. So by 12:20, that will be 30 minutes. We should be back. And I bet you we shall, just a minute. At 5 minutes. So the tea break will be 25 minutes. So by 12:15, we should be back, and it will be very interesting. But before we go for the tea break, may I invite the President and our dignitaries to please step up to the podium as we take quickly a group photograph. The ushers will equally lead us. Let's take that group photograph. The chairman of the planning committee, please, you can step forward and we'll take the group photograph. After that, they will lead us straight to our tea break. Ushers, please get ready to lead everyone to take in their tea break. Thank you. Our online participants, please, you have 25 minutes to take your tea break as well. Thank you. And the Managing Director of Mecom Cables and Wires Limited. Let us put our hands together for Mrs. Buki Adubi. A round of applause for her.
A very good afternoon, everybody. I am truly honored to be here. I'm always very excited when I come for engineering events such as this one. So I am really, really very excited to be here with you. And like one of the guests had said earlier, permit me please to stand on the already existing protocol. However, that said, I will say to the distinguished president of ACAN, to the esteemed members of the council, distinguished engineers, consultants, colleagues, and friends, good afternoon. It is both an honor and a privilege to be here with you today to celebrate another milestone in the journey of the Association of Consulting Engineers in Nigeria, an organization whose work continues to shape the very foundation of our nation's infrastructure and industrial development. Let me begin by extending the warm congratulations of the board and management and staff of Mecom Cables and Wires Limited to ACAN on yet another successful year of leadership, innovation, and advocacy for engineering excellence in Nigeria. This gathering is a testament of the resilience, ingenuity, and shared vision that unite us as key players in the engineering ecosystem of Nigeria. For over 4 decades now, Mecom has been privileged to serve the engineering and industrial community, providing safe, reliable, high-quality cable solutions that have powered homes, industries, and some critical national projects. And we are very proud of that. But as we all know, the demands of our sector has evolved. There's a lot of talk on energy transition, infrastructure expansion, and industrial diversification, which means that we have to move forward beyond the traditional to more smart systems, intelligent systems, stronger materials, and more sustainable production. It is with this in mind that Mecom Cables and Wires have embarked earlier this year on a major upgrade of our manufacturing facility. It's a bold step that will reposition us not just as Nigeria's oldest indigenous cable manufacturer, but as a modern, future-ready technology partner for the engineering community. So this upgrade is now well underway. It's set for completion about the first quarter of 2026. And it would represent one of the most advanced cable manufacturing transformations. And I kid you not, it is. It's going to be a transformation. I say to people that, you know, I'm sure we all know by now that Mecom is a legacy business. And I am second generation. So I'm taking over this responsibility for this company. And to see the growth that we've made in recent times, even for me, is a fulfilled joy. And then to have to see the machines being overhauled is a whole different level. When fully commissioned, this facility will be equipped to produce power cables in the low, medium, and high voltage ranges. instrumentation and control cables for process automations, industrial monitoring, oil and gas cables to meet offshore and hazardous environmental specs, and of course, utility, industrial cables, telecoms, building services, and infrastructure systems. And of course, in doing this, we are going to be expanding beyond the retail market by strengthening partnerships with yourselves, project developers, EPC contractors, to guarantee that every engineering design and project that you deliver benefit from the trusted local input and technical support right here in Nigeria. This upgrade speaks of our commitment to local content, reliability, and responsible innovation that meets global standard. Now, to the consulting engineers that are here gathered, you are key influencers to product specification, safety standards, and design efficiency. You decide not just what gets built, but how it gets constructed. And so, MICOM is deliberate about reintroducing ourselves to you as a strategic partner in the full design to delivery process. We aim to engage early, not just during procurement stage, but throughout the design, conceptualization, material specification, and value engineering. So would invite you to think of MICOM as your technical ally, bringing together local insights, decades of production experience, and now world-class manufacturing technology. Distinguished colleagues, this is not just a factory upgrade. It is a national statement. I heard when some of our colleagues were talking about some of these projects that we have, and I was just saying where I was seated there that it would be nice if Nigerians, made in Nigeria, producing in Nigeria, servicing in Nigeria, were part of this project. So there is a lot of conversation to be had there. It is a statement that Nigeria can manufacture to global standards, a statement that our engineers, consultants, and manufacturers can co-create solutions that serve not just local needs, but also export opportunities across Africa. So as we look forward to the commissioning of our upgraded facility in 2026, we extend an early invitation to you, members of Aiken, to join us for an industry visit when the time comes. We want you to see firsthand how your designs, specifications, and standards are being brought to life within a Nigerian factory built by Nigerians for Nigeria. So on behalf of the entire MICOM team, I celebrate Aiken once again for your steadfast role in raising the bar for engineering excellence and ethical practice. We are proud to stand with you as partners. We'll always stand with you as partners, you can be assured of that. Collaborators and fellow nation builders committed to powering Nigeria's progress responsibly. So thank you so much, and may the coming year bring even greater innovation, integrity, and impact to all of your endeavors. God bless Aiken. God bless the engineering community in Nigeria. God bless MICOM Cables and Wires. And of course, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Buki Adubi, MD, MICOM Cables and Wires. So you have heard, MICOM Cables and Wires has just been upgraded. It is the only cable that you don't need a power source. Just buy the cable, connect it, and you have light. But buy the cable first. Don't ask her for power source. Come and ask me. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to our panel session 1. So I will invite the chairman of this panel session, but the theme is strengthening local content amidst global shift. The chair of this session is the president of COREN, Engineer Professor Sadiq Zubair Abubakar, FNSC FA Eng, who is ably represented here by our very amiable engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow Academy of Engineering, member of the National Institute. Let's put our hands together for him as he takes his seat. All right. So, may I now invite our panelists for this session. We have here on my list the Managing Director of MICOM Cables and Wires, Mrs. Buki Adubi. Let's put our hands together for her. We have also on this panel a past Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, past Registrar of Koren, and past Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Dr. Felix Atumi, FNSE, FA Eng, MNI. A round of applause for him. And then we have one panelist online. Please check if he has joined. Okay, I'm sure information would have gone to him to join us online. He is past president of ACEN, Engineer George C. Okoroma, FNSE, FA Eng. Let's put our hands together for him in advance of his joining us at this session. Thank you. So I now hand over the power of this session already is with the chairman, who will be taking this session for 50 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a very powerful panel. I'm sure we'll have an exciting time. Strengthening local content. You know, for a long time in this country, we're used to doing things as we just desired. And there was a multiplicity of standards. If you schooled in the US and you are head of organization, you bring in that system. If you also did in Europe, you do. And we had multiplicity of standards and everything. And because of that, the expertise did not reside in us. Because whatever was borrowed, and you see, you cannot be better than the owner of the property. There was therefore the agitation for us to, domesticate some of those things, since we're already versatile, and then create our own. We're doing it haphazardly. One day you have somebody who is strong, who has capacity, he does something in a sector he's comfortable with, and the next person succeeding him will not even understand what he has done and abandon it, and then we'll move on. But the good thing is that in 2010, Nigeria decided to have the NOGIC Act, and the Nigerian Content Development and Management Board was created. But because oil and gas was the mainstay of our economy, the focus was just on that. I remember that at a point after my first contact was with NCDMB. Let me share this story. I want to be very short so that they can talk more. They invited me as president of Koren then to come and witness a showcase in Egoa. And what were they? They're doing this Bonga Southwest, and they were doing the bid, discussion on the bid. And they invited people. So what they were doing, the system they use is, you want to do what are the components of the project? I think there were 25 components, including catering and everything. So everybody came. Cable was. So when the contractors come and say, okay, the bidders really, not contractors, the bidders, when they come and discuss This is what we want to do. They'll say they want to get this one from Korea, this one. Somebody will get up and raise his hand and say, no, I have capacity for this in country. Some people say, I have foundry, I have facilities within the yard from, that they could use. And they will take note of that. And by law, the bidder is supposed to have a discussion with you. And it's only when that situation is not fruitful, for a reason that he didn't have the capacity he claimed to have, that you can opt out of it. Or that you must use that. You see, later when I went there, the same day we're doing that, Aken had the program in Lagos. I think Ogunbaya was his president. No, it's not Ogunbaya, somebody else. But I had to call and say, see, something is happening here. Because front-end engineering was supposed to be done in country. And there was no consultant in that hall. So after that, I became very curious and I said, we must get involved. So when I had the privilege of being on their board, I insisted some of those things were done. That in fact, even the officials, some of them were not registered. And I said they must get registered. That's how the AES became registered and became even a fellow of the society. I saw the need then also that to have this thing expanded. Our investments were not only in oil and gas, we're doing it in other forms of infrastructure. So we say there was a need to expand the law. I contacted the president of Aken then. He was also then a minister of the Federal Republic. And that was set on, after consultation with that, there was a need now to have the act opened up to include all other infrastructure so that there can be some form of indigenization. But unfortunately, you know how it happens. When somebody comes, just as I said earlier, when somebody comes in, I don't even understand what you started, they just abandon it. And I think that has been abandoned. They had a hearing, but that has been abandoned now. So I'm hoping that after this conference, perhaps Aken can take it up again to say that there's a need to have the NCDLB open up, to have, even if you don't want to open it up, you can do another content development monitoring board to cover non-oil sector. After all, oil is even depleting and it's becoming a wasted material. So we could do that and then we'll make them. So now, the question then we are going to answer today, I'm going to ask them to answer is, to what extent are we prepared? It's unfortunate that the MICON is here because I know they have done a lot of work. And the cable manufacturers have done a lot of work. That today, they are net exporters, true of us. True or true, really? It's true. No, they have done a lot. Even, in those days when we import electronics from Japan, when your cable cut, that is the end of it. They even go now to manufacture such basic things in Nigeria. So, congratulations to you. But we need other critical sectors to come in, like the highways where Atume is conversant. A lot of also innovation has taken place. Indigenous, we are using local materials to do some roads, and they have been successful at trial level. In what way can we now bring them up, standardize them, and make it available for use nationally? And perhaps, since we have been borrowing from others, others can borrow from us for a moment. So that is the basis of this discussion today. And at the end of the day, we are going to, I'll finish my own now. They will speak to these topics. Thereafter, we will also have intervention from the floor, because so many of you are eminent and you have some experience that you can share. So at the end of the day, we can have something as a communique that is robust from this conference. I thank you very much. So before I sit down, I will now want to, let me start. They say ladies first. The lady just spoke now, so you have spoken once. So let this gentleman come up and just speak to us for a few minutes about what is our strength in highways. What can we do to prove to the world that we have internal capacity and that we can manage our own? Engineer Tumi.
Thank you very much, our chairman and the president of Koren, president of ACEN, past presidents, distinguished engineers. Let me begin by adding to what the chairman has said. First, I think the local content development business started with Obasanjo. Maybe the act was later signed, but it was during President Obasanjo, and Kupelokun was the MD of NNPC. I served then as executive secretary of NAC, and I was involved in the preliminary discussions. So anytime I talk about, hear about local content, I give the initial credit to past President Obasanjo and Kupelokun. I think Kupelokun was, he's a very good person, so it went so fast. Number two, President, your remarks this morning captured virtually all what we're going to discuss in this conference. When we talk about strengthening local content, we are talking about promoting domestic participation. We are talking about promoting domestic participation. That is the meaning of local content. You will recall that again in 2003 to 2005, President Obasanjo brought up a committee on strategic plans for engineering development and control. It is a wonderful document, and it is still relevant today as it was relevant at that time. The document highlighted the need to bring engineering into national development. It is unfortunate for us that are the age we are now and our seniors, engineering was promoted during the military more than now. The military government promoted engineering more than now. If you move across the country, just watch when they are commissioning projects. The contractor, probably maybe the one with the white skin, takes prominence. You don't see Nigerians. Sometimes you don't even see the engineer or the project. So if promoting domestic participation is now going down, there's a problem. Now, how can we go about this? I look at number one. We should look at the strategies. One of them is the policy framework, which is what I said President Obasanjo did. And Yar'Adua, Buhari, late Buhari, may his soul rest in peace, came with Executive Order 5. If you go through the Executive Order 5, it is about promoting the local content. I don't know whether it is turned into law now, but it was with the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. If these two documents, I'm confining myself outside the oil and gas, if these two documents, Strategic Plans for Engineering Development and Control and Executive Order 5, are properly pigeonholed, local content is automatically strengthened. So what are the strategies? Number one, there has to be policy framework. Number two, there must be capacity building, which is what ACEN stands for. But when you now talk about capacity building in Nigeria today in consultancy, we may be talking about theory. Somebody said if a whole coastal road is constructed and Nigerian engineers are watching, then where do we build the capacity? Where do we build the capacity? And this is across all the 36 states. We move now from the answer to the question. They call a contractor, how much do you think this project will cost? The contractor will say, and when I mean contractor, you know what I'm referring to. The contractor will say maybe 6 billion. You say, okay. Commissioner for Works or Director of Civil Engineering, this road project is going to cost 6 billion. Work from the
question now to arrive at the answer. The answer is already there. There's no way we can build capacity like that. If we must build capacity, particularly in infrastructure like highways, we must allow the indigenous people to grow. When we visited Akwa Ibom during Governor Atta said something that still strikes me. He said, as a consultant architect in Kaduna, when late Jibril Aminu became the Minister of Education and was building these teaching hospitals, including Maiduguri University Teaching Hospital, he called them and gave them the project. And they developed a lot from those projects. Now, if they want to build a teaching hospital, maybe they will call those contractors, you know them. They will put the figure and they will now call the engineer to work from the questionnaire to read the answer. So we must build the capacity, technology and innovation. This again is what the chairman highlighted in his remarks in the morning. For you to build technology and innovation, you must be made relevant. Today we talk about research and development. Is our research intentional? Is our research intentional? Go across the board. My past president was saying, just everywhere, is this education? Is our program intentional? They are not. We're just groping. So if we want to have, we want to strengthen local content, we must have technology and innovation. And then infrastructure development. Of course, my time is over. No, you see, I'm a past registrar of current and a past executive, so he can give me those two things so that I can, okay, sir. Now, the other key thing in strengthening our own local content is to look at public-private partnership. This is an area that we only talk about. When we talk about PPP, everybody defines the PPP the way he wants to define it, the way he knows it. About 2 weeks ago, I read in the paper that one rich man in the Southeast was donating, say, $1 billion to government. Did somebody read that? Yeah, you read it. I was saying, wow, if we can get $1 billion donated to government, why can't this person now take Enugu to Onitsha Road on a public-private partnership? Instead of giving it to the government, take Enugu Onitsha Road on public and make it the standard. We have not invited the private sector properly into public-private partnership, and we are relying on government to bring about this infrastructure. This is quite serious. So let me summarize. 1 more minute. Strengthening our local content requires our own re-participation. Economic diversification will now reduce the dependence on imports, and when we talk about strengthening, we're talking about job creation. On this note, I think I will stop for now, but I will allow myself again to participate later. Thank you, sir.
May I invite Mrs. Adobe now to give up. Yeah, you can go there for this opening remarks, and it will take only 2 minutes. Okay. Sorry, this man spoiled show for you.
It's okay. It's okay. We're here together. Okay, so for me, this concept of local content is particularly very passionate for me, because apart from the fact that obviously our business is purely based on local content in itself, the NCDMB, as you have mentioned earlier, have been a huge part of our growth. And I say this because in the whole concept of the NCDMB construct, cable is a big part. And they have literally mandated the oil and gas companies that has a project in Nigeria, onshore and offshore, they have to buy local cables. and they have been able to get them to follow the line. You know, I've had very little reason to call NCDMB to complain. You know, even sometimes I feel like the IOCs, they would have doubts, which is understandable, because I would also tell you the reason why they have the doubt. But once they see that you do have the capacity, they are happy to work with you. And my prayer is that this whole Local Content Act is opened up into other sectors, because this is why conversations that, like the one that happened this morning, will not be happening if that was in play. Now, one of the principal reasons why anyone would maybe have an issue with local content is capacity. Because they would say that you don't have the experience, you don't have the know-how, you've never done it before, we don't want to use our project as the guinea pig, we would rather go abroad. And unfortunately, as much as it's difficult for me to say, the truth is sometimes we, and when I say we Nigerians now, our biggest enemy. Because we are the same ones that would, you know, I've had meetings in some federal parastatals that would tell me to my face that they don't do Nigerian. They would rather go to China. And the reasons why they would also want to go to China is they get to travel, they get to have ESTA codes, they get to go and do FAT under the guise of, and this is where the problem lies. You know, there's got to be a lot of conversations around the fact that if we don't develop ourselves, that capacity will never be there. And we will continue to have that reason that they cannot do it. There is a lot of people in this room alone that can solve at least a quarter of Nigeria's problem. But we are not having that conversation because somebody somewhere is thinking, what do they know? So the time is now, really, for us. You know, earlier this year, I decided to stop complaining. You know, I used to be one of the people that we get people to interview every now and again in the factory, and you find out that they could have graduated first class, and you're so excited about it, but then you ask a very basic physics question, and they are confused. Or you show them something and say, okay, so this, how do we, and they're looking at you blank. And I'm wondering, okay, what's going on? Do we buy first classes now, or what's going on? And I decided to realize that the academia and the industry have been so far apart that even the students graduating, a lot of them have never seen what they have been taught in class. So I've taken it upon myself as MICOM to try to narrow that divide. So I mentioned before that we're doing this upgrade. I have been, it looks as if I'm more bothered about it with some of the universities that I've taken on board. Bring your students. It is a learning opportunity. Bring your teachers, your lecturers, because some of them only know as much as they know. If they also don't understand some of the physics of these things in real life, they can only teach what they know. You cannot give what you don't have. So for me, conversations around policy, conversations around capacity, conversations around even seeing ourselves as collaborators. As Nigerian private companies, we don't like to mix. That's something else I noticed. We don't like to come together. It's always me, mine, mine, mine. I don't want this person to. But you see, sometimes one big person getting 0% of the pie and 10 small people coming together getting 10% of the pie, there's something to think about there. So I'm sure the conversation will take us places, and I'll be happy to share my thoughts on that.
Very much. Well, we have had the opening remarks by my panelists. The third one is not online, so we'll share the time for them. I will still continue with you by asking specific questions now. As president of Cable Manufacturers in Nigeria, I know that before the NOGIC Act, you were somewhere. After the NOGIC Act and all the activities of NCDMB, you are somewhere now. Where exactly are you? And what are the things that made you get there? So that we'll see what lessons we can take from that.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I will not be talking just as MICOM now. I'll talk as the Kaman Group as a whole. So what the NOGIC Act has done for the cable industry is it's opened us up to opportunities that either we wouldn't have had. You know, because a lot of these oil and gas contractors, producers, they just don't even think Nigerian cable. It's not part of their understanding. They want to buy something, they go to Nexans, they go to Prysmian, they go to Turkey, they go European, right? So what this NOGIC Act has done is literally mandated them. Now, what it also involved was for us to apply. We need to show our competency. We need to show our capacity. So what they would do is come in and tick all the boxes to see where you stand in the capacity and then put you in the group that you can fit. So the onus is then on us to prove ourselves. So it's like you've been called to the table, prove yourself. So a few of us are enjoying that now. And I can say proudly now that MICOM, at least let me speak for MICOM, has been very, very heavy in a few oil and gas projects. The NLNG Train 7 is one of our biggest. Our cables is probably 70% of the cables that were used there. And the last year sometime I insisted on going to Bonny myself. And the pride I felt when I did see that project, and then I could identify, you know, they were still obviously pulling cables, and I could, the pride alone that I felt was like, this is a Nigerian, made in Nigerian cable in this kind of infrastructure. But what it took from us is a lot of push, because these guys are not, you know, maybe we might have been, and I'm saying we now, some things you take for granted. We cannot afford to take anything for granted. You know, they check and recheck. So we have to constantly be on our toes as well. So it pushes us to be better. It pushes us to want to be even better, you know, because yes, there were some cables that we couldn't produce because clearly we don't have capacity to do that. But because I know there is markets there, it will be very remiss of me to not be looking into the future, hence this upgrade that we're doing now. So it's pushed us and it's made us better. And what I say to the rest of the manufacturers, because a few of us are active in that space, and what I say to the rest of the lot is that you guys are doing good at a local level, and it's fine. But for us to be recognized as a body, we all need to push into this act and make it work for us. And so far, so good.
Thank you very much. Now, to Engineer Tume. Luckily, you had the privilege of being on the table when the concept of the local content development was being discussed. I remember Kupolokun developed some 16 provisions for NNPC on things that they must engage locals. And that's how it started and it built up. Clearly, there's some success, we have success stories. And one clear example, apart from what they have done in the cable industry, is that if you hear the interview Aliko Dangote gave, before he started building his plant, he was afraid that he could be sabotaged. So he formed a construction company in Nigeria, using many Nigerians. He did it quietly. He's been the businessman. So it's that company that built the refinery. After they finished building, some of them are now in Qatar, and they have gone because they have all run away as expatriates in many countries. At the end of the day, they will come back, so the country will see benefit from their knowledge. Now, the road sector especially, we all complain about the condition of our roads And that is what we do year in, year out. No matter the stories they tell us, the reality is always different. How do you think we can leverage on any law, local content law, that will take us out of this? What do you think, Mr. Zukale, we can do? What should Nigeria do? And what can ACEN do to make an input into this?
I hope I'm, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Local Content Act in the oil and gas seems to be what is local content now in Nigeria. Unfortunately, what we meet every day is the basic infrastructure, roads, our roads, down the rail, and maybe water supply. The question is, the few participants, the few indigenous contractors that we had in those days have left the scene. They have left the scene, or they have been driven out of the scene. So today, we have a very serious problem of getting to a state where there's no single competent indigenous contractor working for that state. It is dangerous, it is not sustainable, and the future is bleak for Nigeria. Back to your question. Policies have been put in place to address the local content in infrastructure. I cited the issue, the policy of strategic plans for engineering development and control. But it lies with the government. It lies with the government. There must be a deliberate policy to involve the local contractors. A deliberate policy. Even if it means identifying somebody with integrity, engineerly, take this road from Ankpa to Abejukolo, rehabilitate this road. You know where to get the competent people to handle this. This is what is lacking today. It is because it is where there's money. Road construction, infrastructure is where there's money. So everybody goes into it. Everybody goes into it. Government must take a deliberate position to say that, look, I am developing the indigenous contractor. It doesn't matter their level. Let me see what I can do to them. I know of a contractor that came to a state, he had nothing. He got a job and was advanced about 6 or 7 billion. It's from Naira. That's from where I started buying equipment. What can stop me from doing the same thing? If that trust is given to me. So, but let me just say one thing, sir. As ACEN, what I was seeing now is that we are too quiet. Let us talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And you see, let me share this experience. In Nigeria, we have excessive respect and value for money. If you are doing, if you say you want to do a party for no reason in Nigeria, say I don't have. If Ali Kudango say he wants to do a party or tell wants to do a party, people will be. They don't know what he's celebrating. People just want to be there. And one thing that made NCDMB successful was that there was money. The law provides for contribution by all contractors in the oil and gas industry of a percentage, 1% of their contract sum to an account. And without being immodest, when I got to the board, they were saying they wanted to do a bank because they had this money. If you notice, at the point Nigeria had so much money in the oil and gas, people took money and you see them flying all over. There was money. You have stock of billions of naira and millions of dollars in CBN account. And you know what they do in government. For those of you who know how government works sometimes. If president wants money now for some emergencies, Even if the money is voted for something they are on a contract running, they will take that money and give to the president to use for that emergency. When you go back, they say, I want to pay my contractor. They say, no, the money has been used. And there's nothing you can do about it. So the money was there, just like slush fund in central bank. And they I said, you can't do bank. The law in Nigeria, if you do a bank, the first thing they do, Ministry of Finance will wait until you have done it. When you get the license, they'll come. They'll say, bring the license. It's not your schedule. Your job is not banking. The Central Ministry of Finance will handle it. So they'll take it, give you a slot on the board, maybe one slot. And when they vote on the board, your vote is minority. So I said, no, you can't do a bank. That's why we went to BOI and put money in BOI. That money that I used to do the bank, put it in BOI. But now said all contractors in oil and gas who are contributing to that fund, whenever you needed money, you could get up to $10 million at 8% interest rate. That way you become competitive. Instead of going to the bank to ask, and they give you about 20, 30, but now you have 8%. And that's why you see many entrepreneurs now in that industry. Even this modular refinery, what they encouraged was, because what we did also was that the first, like, what's his name, Petroman, when they came, we say as pioneers in our own sector, we are going to allow you to bring in foreign products, foreign partners to come and work with you. So that you establish. After some time, then we can kick in the law that you can no longer bring a foreigner to do anything for you. We went to they had the oil well, it was only supposed to be producing about 500 at the time it was abandoned. They would say they could develop it and it could do 5,000. So they did a modular refinery on that spot. NCMB gave them money, the cash they used to start this one. Then because they had that money, the foreign partners were able to work with them, the banks were able to give them the balance of the money, and they finished the project on time. And before they could start, they had off-takers that had paid them millions of dollars, so they even want to return the money of it. So you can't return it. You are being clever by half. When you want to return the money, let it generate some interest for government. So today, the money in BOI, I'm sure by now it could be close to about $1 billion available fund for all these people working in that sector. Now, if we want to do a law in other sectors, then we have to also be able to say there should be laws that says a certain percentage of money should be sent to. And that's helped me to, when we amended the current act, I said they should give 0.025% of all contract sums in engineering to current. The idea was that to current should start as a fulcrum. They have money to do ERM. They have money to do a lot of things, and they can even support engineers. So if you have a contract, if you have that fund, you can put it also into BOI or any other bank, infrastructure development bank. And so, okay, if you have a contract, you want to do contract, you have a job, you go to that place and get a loan. You don't need any collateral beyond your qualifications and your background that is already known. You get that job, get your payment and pay back the money. In the oil and gas, nobody has defaulted since that thing started. It's more than 6 years now. Nobody has defaulted. In fact, people pay as and when due. So the money is growing. The only time there was an attack on that money was an MD was trying to be clever. He was diverting part of the money to give other people loan and getting higher interest rate and converting the money to the bank. And National Assembly dictated it. They thought it was NCNDB that are doing. They came and probed it and found that it was the bank that did that sharp business of taking the money to give some other people. But so they said, okay, since you did it, where is the money? They did, and so that even grew the money that NCNDB have. What I'm saying here is that ACEN can start it because consultants also need money. Sometimes you are invited to develop, because these days people are doing wholesome projects. I hold some projects in the sense that sometimes they say, don't only do consulting again. We want you to do the consulting and then the development. And Abayo told us many years ago that we don't need to straitjacket ourselves. We have to be open. Because if somebody says, that is what I want, that is what he wants. It's not for you to say, no, I'm just a consultant, I only give consultant. No, he said, I want you to deliver this project for me. So you need money. You want to do, you prepare your drawings and everything, prepare your document. You need money for that. So you get a soft loan from an organization like that, and then do your drawings, start the project, complete it, and get paid. Eric was involved in the railway development, the modernization project I was doing that time. He needed some creativity. There's some challenge that came up like that. He just needed to be ingenious. So we need those kind of things. Now, since
Is it okay if I comment on that you said?
I'm even coming to you, but I want to do something. My time is short, and I want to tap from the knowledge of the people that are here. I don't want Engineer Mana to just go away without saying anything on this, because he was in the center of all this. I don't want Eric to go away without saying something on this. And of course, Bayo Adeola will not go away without saying something on this for a few minutes. The same thing to Nuruddin Rafindadi, and then my brother here. So I want to give them, before you go make your comment, I want them to say something, so that when you are talking, you are also commenting on what they have said. So I'll start from who is ready? Sir, are you ready? Let me start with Bayo.
He's going to go around with a microphone.
You need only, sir, I'll give you only 2 minutes.
Chairman, when you are talking, you have 15 minutes, but other people have 2 minutes. It's okay. Just quick comments. I don't know whether Buki remembers coming to my office some 10 years ago. I said, if she's as pretty as this now, 10 years ago, you can imagine. She was inheriting her father's company, and she was making the transition. One of the miracles is that she's not an engineer, but they reinvented MICOM. Honestly, they reinvented MICOM. MICOM was started by an engineer, ran successfully. The man grew old and was not able to continue. And they could have closed it. They could have just taken the money and moved on. She read pharmacy, and she had just finished MBA or something like that. And that's what they've done with it. So engineers, in addition to our core engineering skills, we need business acumen. We need to be ambitious. All the engineering we're going to be taught takes about 10 to 12 years. Everything else you will teach yourself. After 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, unless you want to retire as a chief engineer, you have to move into entrepreneurship, even if it is in engineering. If you don't make that transition, it's not going to happen. That's the first comment. The second comment is that there is a dearth of competence in engineering today. If we're spending $1 billion in engineering consulting, so to speak, out of $1 billion, maybe 50 million is in this room. 950 million is everywhere else. So when they then give us the job, we don't have the capacity to do it. We're not competent. And government, somebody needs to finance the risk of developing capacity. Because if you don't have the opportunity to work, you don't get better at the work. They then say, when we give you, you don't do it well. It's a catch-22. So, the entrepreneurship part of us, needs to bring the proposal to solve it. They will not create the proposal to solve it. We need to create the proposal to solve it. It's an investment, it's a risk investment. If you have 20 people in building construction, 20 companies in building construction today, and you give them work,
They're not going to do it to Western world standard. It's not possible because they've not done it before. But if they know that the reward for doing it well after 2 years is more work, you will weed out the incompetent one. So local capacity is dependent on government policy. Everybody is running away from engineering because we can't make we can't make ends meet. And if that industry is not fueled, more people will run away. Where are the consultants? Look at the room. I have only 2 minutes.
Sir. Eric, are you ready? You speak like, sir. Your 2 minutes is running already.
Let him go.
You know, you are my brother. I can always oppress you.
Thank you for asking me to contribute to this matter. My name is Eric Onyu. My contribution, I'll put them in 3 compartments. The first thing is that from the discussions we are having here, it seems to me that we are mixing up the consultant, the contractor, the manufacturer in the same bag with respect to local content. As consultants, consulting engineers, I think we needed to look out for the interests of the consultants and develop policies that will help us as consultants to stay in the market. What am I saying? I think one of the first things we should pursue as a Association of Consulting Engineers is to make the use of consultants compulsory in our construction industry. Many projects are going on for which there are no consultants on them. I tell you clearly, contractors don't want consultants. Clients' representatives don't want consultants. But for the efficient conclusion of a project, you of necessity need consultants. And so, as ACEN, can we persuade government to say, federal, state, local government, every project must have an identifiable consultant. The consultant is an independent opinion on this project. So for any project that is going on, the first thing is that you have a contractor who is the consultant. If it's made compulsory, it creates opportunities for us. Second is, please, on the local content, I'm also a player in the local content industry. For you to register with NC, the local content board, the first thing they will ask you is that you must be on the NIPEX platform. As consulting engineers, if we ask here how many of us are on the NIPEX platform, I can assure you that we're not more than 10. For you to be on the NIPEX platform, you must have ISO certification. How many of you are ISO certified as an organization? I am not sure we are up to 10. For you to have ISO certification, you must be on the health and safety platform registered there as an organization. So these are prerequisites for you to play in the field with the local content board. So what is ACEN doing to educate its members that, look, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this to participate in this area?
Thank you very much.
So that's the, well, I'll leave it at that. There's still so much to talk about. Thank you.
Kunle is next.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to my chair. 2 minutes is very short, but I think for me, instead of repeating a lot of what has been said,
1 minute now.
I just want to point out that probably about 20 years ago, in fact 25 to be precise, I was the president of Nigerian Society of Institution of Structural Engineers. We had exactly the same dialogue. And it's amazing that 25 years after, we are still saying the same thing. What is not to lament is to say that we must do something different.
We have to. And if I join what my two brothers have just said last, which I think we should concentrate a lot more on for this session on consulting engineers, and I think part of the topic here talks about global drift or shifts. But I also want to add to what Engineer Adeola said about the importance of how we approach ourselves, how we do it. Before I explain that, I want to say that the oil and gas industry has changed. I remember those early days when they used to say, anybody who is interested, come together. But it was a journey. It was a journey. And that's why what Engineer Adeola said is, it took an investment. The local players were forced. So you have to have policy framework we talked about. But it was an investment. It was fortunate that in the oil and gas, it was loads of money, so it could be done. All the operators said to go local was going to cost them, say, 25% more. And they were told, so be it. NNPC will accept, others will accept that if your cost is even going to be 1.25, so it be it. Because we need to get to destination point. Now, they are destination point without having to have the premium. So for consulting engineers in particular, I can't yet, because I don't have time, I want to say another sad part of this. We seem to be pointing a lot to government, saying highways, because they are the big spenders. But I want to say that it's worse, the rot is worse than that. The majority of projects that are being done by private sector is still also not patronizing local consultants in this room. We are still seeing South Africans, we are still seeing the ones from Cairo coming in and taking our work. So a lot really needs to be done. We need the policies, but we ourselves, we need to sit today, tomorrow, and figure out how are we going to make sure that we actually do build that competence, that capacity by doing work, by being given work. It's a big story. It cannot be done in 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. 2 minutes is too much for me.
God bless you, sir.
You know, the head is very important to the body in every situation. It is the head which determines what happens to the body, even with the physical person or any organization. So the problem we have is how to get the head to do what is right. The body has got no option but to follow. Issue of local content, whether it be oil and gas or any other, depends on the head. I was privileged to be one of the people who sponsored the oil and gas local content. I spoke to my friend who was the Minister of Petroleum, Edmond Dakuru. He was the one who got it all done, because I thought, look, how can the country be spending so much money on oil and gas and there is no single person, Nigerian, who is involved? So they took it up to make the funds available. If the head determines that engineering infrastructure, that includes what ACEN does, is important, they will do the same kind of arrangement. It has been talked about here. Get the funds somehow so that local content can be sponsored, and all what my friends have said, trained, capacity building can be made. If you don't have capacity, you cannot do it. So, for ACEN, I think ACEN can focus on how to build capacity of its members. In fact, that's what ACEN is for. ACEN is for building capacity. Everything else which ACEN does is to support that. So,
thank you, sir.
The thing which ACEN needs to do is to pool some resources, even in a small way, to build the capacity of ACEN members.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
few ACEN members can invest in large software. ACEN can promote, get software, globally, which ACEN members can use to build their own capacity. In engineering practice, you need software. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Nyarafi Daddy, your own is 1 minute. Because you came late.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a tough order. 2 minutes is a tough order. So 1 minute is almost impossible. But thank you for the opportunity to speak now. And I will just mention 2 things. I just want to say entrepreneurship and innovation I regard as the core advantage of engineers. In the business world, they have come to recognize the value of professional engineers in running big corporations, not necessarily industries or engineering corporations or consulting, even businesses and banks. They focus on engineering graduates because experience has shown to them that the engineering mind has that acumen to structure things and make them work. Of course, consultancy sector should be the brain trust when you come to this issue of engineering innovation. Our sister here was not engineering originally, but I have the pride that engineering has trained her to imbibe in such a way that when she talks like an engineer. So the second thing I think that one or two of our primary areas of focus, apart from regulating consulting engineering, is to develop this business acumen and develop advocacy. Some years ago, ACEN was focusing on advocacy. Advocacy, strong engineering advocacy is a basic responsibility of a professional association. That, not engineering alone, but it is advocacy that made us to go to the National Assembly and talk and fight for local content. It's advocacy that made us to have that excellent amendment, current Act amendment. I remember in 2017, when the Abuja airport was about to be rehabilitated, it was the chairman himself was the president then of COREN. We in COREN Council actually engaged the Minister of Aviation, and one of the things we made a condition is in this rehabilitation, you must ensure that Nigerian certified, registered Nigerian engineering professional firms supervise the project. The reason this airport was first built around 1980 by Dumais, and Dumais is a French company. There was no consultant that was supervising them, so we didn't seem to have any as-built drawings or any design information, even if it is in French. But that advice was key to get the minister to take that step of appointing engineering, ensuring that there are engineering consultants registered in Nigeria that supervise the project. And today we can at least say we have the record of the rehabilitation or the airport itself. They are trying to do a second runway now. The airport itself, we do have some technical information because professionals were involved at the construction stage. And this is what happens when you bring just foreign contractors because of their competence. But for getting that, an important infrastructure needs to have a record that we can build on in the future.
Thank you very much.
The third thing I would say.
I want to stop you now. But they are pushing
Okay,
me.
I have 1 minute. My 1 minute is over. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Let me report him. It's one of the reasons the second runway is not ready. Because he took appointment as MD of FEMA. So the business had to be truncated. We're on the course of getting that job, and he left for FEMA, and he couldn't, because of conflict of interest, the project was stalled. Anyway, so let me come back to my panelists. You have heard them all. Let's have your closing remarks, because they're putting pressure on me. Maybe a minute each.
Okay, so I'll speak to a statement that you had made before, sir. You said something along the lines of we have a very unhealthy appetite for money as a people. I kind of beg to differ, because whatever appetite anybody has, I think it's just a human appetite. It's the same in Nigeria as you would find anywhere else in the world. What we have an unhealthy appetite for as a people is less than par respect for each other. And that is where the problem is. Because if we know that there are certain competent people available to do certain things in country, why, for whatever reason, would we push that elsewhere? If it's not that we really do not respect each other. And I believe that is probably one of the biggest issues that we have. Somebody needs to speak, and speak to the right channels, to the right people. Some of these things really should not still be happening. It is, a number of people have said it here that I'm not an engineer, but I feel the pain, because the truth is engineering is life. It is literally in everything that we think and breathe and see and feel. That is engineering. And if the custodians of the engineering are outrightly, blatantly being disregarded in certain places, it's borderline disrespectful. So somebody needs to speak that narrative to the right channels. It can't continue like this. We are all proudly Nigerian, but then the country will not go beyond where it is if we do not take responsibility for certain things. So that's why I thought I should just correct that just not correct, but offer that opinion on the one side. The flip side is the conversation on, for sure, competency. We need to take more responsibility for that as well. And the policy makers, again, my first grammar, they need to also be put on the spot for a lot of situations, be accountable to a lot of decisions that are being made. I was speaking to you, sir, earlier that, that proverb that says the person that pays the piper dictates the tune, unfortunately has been what has been going on. At some point that narrative needs to change. And that change can only come from this room.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I hope
It's on.
Okay, all right. My just concluding remark is what our elder, Dr. Amana said. The head is important when we come into the issue of local content, be it in roads, be it in oil and gas. The head plays the major role. And I keep on saying that President Obasanjo took the bull by the horns. It came out that there must be local content. When we went to Egypt on a study tour in 2002 at NIPS, we discovered that the Egyptian government said every contract will be done by Arab contractors. If Arab contractors cannot do it, let Arab contractors bring in people that can do it. And it worked. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, at the end of the day, we have had a lively discussion. We have addressed some of the issues. But we are looking at, you see, the topic we have is amidst global shift. Where is the shift going? You see, we cannot remain in our cocoon and insist that we must have the consultancy delivered first before you go into the main project. That's the point I want us to recognize. So, Eric, it must not be the old way. Some people just say, look, I don't want to have the time to process this thing. I want this project delivered. So you can assemble your team of those who will do the next stage and next stage. You cannot say because I'm a consultant, I will not take that commission. You take it and deliver it because you have the skills for design. You have also the skills for management and project management. So that is the point I'm making. And when I talk about money, I say, you see, it's the truth. I don't disagree with you too, but it's the truth. I gave an example, a typical example. We say that if we brought the video here to come and play, some of the ministers that are not invited will come. Or one popular comedian that you are going to be here and you put it on your card that this comedian will be here at this event. So what they didn't want to come will come. I gave an example today in the afternoon when I was a former vice president. He went to Hilton recently when he was laughing like he had never laughed before because they brought a comedian to play, to do something. And also, if the personalities there, if they say one big man is coming, Nigerians do that a lot. This one is based on empirical data about how we react to where money is. The same thing with organization. Any organization that has no money, people don't go there. If your agency has no money, people don't go. Even if no matter how much intellect you have there, they will not go. It's when there's money. And I realized that's why I say when we did that, we'll put that money, so that Korean will have money, and people will listen to Korean. Because it took a lot of effort for us to, what I say, I don't know if many of you heard it clearly. We had to intervene on this. I stuck my neck. I intervened on this issue of the the wrong way that was bad. Because people were just commenting anyhow, and they took it off. And I said, look, I'm the regulator. Why should I keep quiet? Even though there were backlash, I went ahead to meet him. I said, yes, I will give a statement that we should go ahead. But I said, on the condition that engineers will monitor that project. At the NSA Abuja branch, pay visit to that project. They had free access to go and check. And then Africa Project was also involved in monitoring, third-party monitoring. So this is the type of thing we do because we put our foot down. So let's be more pragmatic in our practice. Because a lot of things are happening. Look, we are producing. They have succeeded in cables. Thank God you brought her. It's not only Micron is doing a great job. Coleman, they did their 50th anniversary. The industry had the same story. The thing collapsed. The father was tired of it, and this young man came from Manchester, and he said he wanted to do it. The father thought it was a joke. He turned it around. Last week, they bought their father a Rolls Royce to celebrate him for founding Coleman. So those who are not in engineering are doing a lot of work. So why is it stopping us from doing it also? There's an engineer in that family. He didn't have that initiative. Yes, the executive director in that Coleman is an engineer, a younger brother to George. But he couldn't do it. So the same thing, you went to do MBA and that projected, and you're doing Micron. So engineers, let's take hold of our business. Let's not be straitjacketed. Let's open our mind, as Harry MD advised us. Let's open our mind and do a lot of things that are unusual. That way we'll make progress. I thank you very much for being a good audience.
May I invite the president of ACAN to please step forward and take a group photograph with the camera. Please, let's come down. Yeah. Cameraman, we should go up. Okay. All right. Yeah. Been a very wonderful and inciting section, especially as it has to do with business development. And I'm very sure we have heard a lot, and especially from the practical point of view, from one who equally is in the business, and every one of us here as well. So please, it's very important that we take the business side of engineering very seriously. Please, a round of applause for them once more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You need help? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into the next section, may we quickly take some presentations for very short minutes. May I invite Faisal Nigeria Limited to please come forward and quickly give us a presentation in 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, Faisal, you just get ready. Give us some few minutes. Can we take a high-tech presentation? High-tech electric. Let's have their presentation. Thank you.
Products started on 300 years, now reach to 3,300 kVA in single units, and by making parallel systems, we can make 50,000 kVA or even more by supplying the rotary pins. High-tech power protection, the global coverage all around the world. In Turkey. In 1956, High-Tech invented rotary UPS. Since then, we are the pioneer and the biggest, the best in rotary UPS sector. Former name Holek changed to High-Tech Power Protection, and the products started from 300 those years, now reached to 3,600 kVA in single units, and by making parallel systems, we can make 50,000 kVA or even more by supplying the rotary UPS. High-Tech Power Protection is a global coverage all around the world. The main headquarters is in the Netherlands. Head of office and support center is in Almelo, Netherlands. This facility has a capacity of 20,000 kVA at 50 Hz and 60 Hz, and every type of load can be applied to the UPS systems with 8 units in the same time can be tested. We have 3 different models starting from 1000 kVA to 3000 kVA in 50 Hz, and from 1250 kVA to 3600 kVA on 60 Hz. As you can see, we have diesel engine, mechanical clutch in front of it, induction coupling or kinetic energy module, let's call, and synchronous alternator, all connected to each other and over a base frame with the vibration dampers underneath. This graphic shows how the system operates. In normal operation, meaning utility voltage and frequency are within tolerance, the system works as like a motor, meantime stores kinetic energy, and works as the power conditioner, makes voltage regulation, harmonic filtering, and the power factor correction. Diesel engine does not run in normal operation. If the voltage or and frequency are out of tolerance, diesel engine will start immediately and then reach to the speed. While it is reaching to speed, kinetic energy module will help the synchronous machine to keep the voltage and frequency within tolerance until the engine picks up the load. When the engine is running, even your high increasing peak loads can be started in your facility without any trouble, and the engine will support your load continuously as much as your fuel tank is available. After the engine started, within 10 minutes, if the power is back, kinetic energy module will be recharged. So after that, we hand over the load back to the utility without interruption. And the engine cools down for 3 minutes, low speed, like 1450 RPM, and then stops. So this is how you see normal operation, diesel operation, normal operation, and after all this process done, the system is ready for making another startup, even many times a day, if needed, or run longer running hours if the grid is totally out of tolerance or gone. This is the new model, PowerPro 2700. It can come with the covers or without covers. The difference between the old system, which is PowerPro 1800, and this new model, PowerPro 2700, is that the kinetic energy module now located at the end of the unit. The new kinetic energy module has a bigger inertia, bigger energy storage, which is bringing us to larger units available even up to 2500 kVA. PowerPro 2700 has the highest operating efficiency in full power conditioning to the load. Also, auto lubrication and smart monitoring makes available maximum uptime for your critical load. The new system also allows us fewer operational interruptions, like only one shutdown per annum and expected overall period every 10 years. If you want to compare the static UPS and genset traditional solution with the diesel rotary UPS of Hi-Tech, you can see one of the advantages would be the footprint. We save about 40% space on comparing all these complicated systems against one simple integrated solution. We design your power systems according to your needs. This is the single system and low voltage. The system goes between utility and critical load, and it provides you uninterrupted, clean power, continuous power for your application. You may need to use medium voltage system in your application for two reasons. One, your load might be too big, which cannot be solved by using low voltage panels, breakers, UPS systems. By paralleling them might be impossible. So therefore you might need to go to medium voltage solution, or your power center is too far away from the critical load, which could be like in airports, large distribution areas. So then the medium voltage can be a good solution for that application. This is crosslink system in low voltage. This is used in Transcorp Hilton in Nigeria since 2004. Totally 4 units, like 2 units in parallel, another 2 units in parallel, and there's a crosslink in between. Total system has N plus 1, so plus 1 redundancy for the critical load application. We have many other options, possibilities in other low voltage design. Please contact us that we can help you on your system design. Thank you listening our presentation. You can reach to us by sending email to our email address info@hitechelectric.com.tr. We'll be pleased to assist you on your requirements.
Yes. Thank you very much, Hitech Electric. May I now invite the President of ACEN, Engineer Kamp Salem Alhaji Bukar, FNSE, to please step forward as he presents the appreciation award to the chair of the section we just had, the president of Koren, represented by Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, FNSE, FA Inch, MNI. Please put your hands together for them as they take these activities.
Current president, in the person of past president Kashim Ali, MNI, FNSC. This way or this way? This way, I think.
This will be on your left.
Yeah.
No, I was supposed to be on your left.
Okay.
The receiver is on your left.
So, on behalf of the ESCO, the council, and membership, general membership of IPEN, I wish to present this plaque as a mark of our appreciation for the engineer Professor Sadiq Abubakar, who was heavily represented by Engineer Kashim Ali, FNSC, past current president, past NSC president. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Where is the plaque?
All right, so we have 6 minutes to take 2 other presentations. The first one in 3 minutes will be taken by ACES, Advanced Concrete Engineering Solution. Let's put our hands together for ACES as they address us quickly. ACES. Okay. Please a round of applause for ACES. So we'll hear about concrete now.
Hi, good afternoon, honorable presidents, vice presidents, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members, partners, and colleagues. Thank you very much for your invitation. So we're going to be speaking about concrete. My name is Mohamed Bita. I'm the managing director for Advanced Concrete Engineering Solutions Nigeria, ACES. And we are a specialized firm for post-tension concrete solutions framing contractor. You know, at ACES, we don't believe that concrete need to be heavy, slow, or costly. It need to be lighter, it need to be smarter, and it need to be faster. And this is what we do at ACES. We allow concrete to perform to its peak strengths. In today's construction environment, where you can see material prices and labor are rising, you can see land purchase is on the up. You can see borrowing money from the banks. You have a lot of constraints. Here, with ACES technology, we help you to achieve and reduce the cost of your construction, and becomes post-tensioning, it becomes not a luxury anymore, but it's a necessity. So ACES technology allows you to reduce material and labor cost by about 20 to 30%, because it reduces material, it reduces labor, and it reduces the construction cycle. ACES, your partners on the ground. We are here in Nigeria. We proudly have 80% of our workforce as Nigerians. 30% of our material is made in Nigeria. We are no suitcase company. We are here. We have our company here. We have our expertise here. We have our stores, and we operate in many different states. We have ongoing projects and completed projects with grade A, grade B contractors from Julius Berger, Kappa, the Simone Group, and local Nigerian grade A and grade B contractors. We have expertise. We have years of expertise in different countries. We have presence on the ground, client focus, and quality control. Ladies and gentlemen, you as consultants, you define and you design Nigeria's skyline and economy. Let ACES help you from the beginning of your project to make your structure lighter, faster to construct, easier to coordinate, and more sustainable, because by using less material, you are having a sustainable structure. Let us together redefine concrete engineering so clients and investors get more for less. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
So that's a passionate appeal from ACES. Please partner with them to make everything light. You can see even the presentation was very light. So your concrete will be light. Thank you very much. I want to believe that the presentation of Faisal Nigeria Limited will equally be very light. So may we now invite Faisal Nigeria Limited to please make their presentation quickly. Thank you. After that, we continue to the second panel session.
So good afternoon, one and all. I am Ravi Kiran. I am here to represent Midas IT, and Fazal Nigeria Limited is our local partners here. So coming to a brief introduction about Midas. Midas is a South Korean company, and we develop softwares for civil and structural engineers. So we have various softwares for building design, bridge design, and geotechnical foundation analysis. So today, if you take any adjectives which use for structures, the tallest, longest, or the deepest. So we use Midas solutions actually. So Midas has #1 market share in the civil engineering software solutions in the world actually. So we have around 10 branches all over the world. We have around 35 partners who deliver the softwares to all around the world. So coming to our product line, as I said, we cater to building engineering, civil engineering, civil and bridge engineering, as well as geotechnical engineering. So almost all the global ENR top 100 companies, they use Midas solutions for their day-to-day projects. And in Nigeria also, we have good presence. There are many companies which are using in Nigeria as well. So coming to these structures which are used, Midas software has been used. You can see the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest tower. The column shortening analysis was performed using Midas. And for the Beijing National Stadium, the Bird's Eye Stadium, and Sutang Bridge in China, as well as Rusky Island Bridge. Sutang Bridge is the longest cable-stayed bridge, and Rusky Island is the longest and tallest cable-stayed bridge, as well as Incheon Bridge in China. These are some of the applications. So coming to the products, as I said, Midas Gen, the building software which you can use it for all types of buildings, RC, steel, concrete, as well as airports, gymnasiums, stadiums, column shortening analysis, post-tension, pre-stress analysis, everything. So some of the applications, as I said, it's Burj Khalifa in UAE, and Kingdom Tower, Saudi Arabia. Once constructed, this will be the tallest building in the world. The height is 1 kilometer. And even before the completion of this, already there is another project under planning in Riyadh, Rise Tower. It is 2 kilometer long tower, which is being planned in Saudi Arabia. And this is Dubai Pearl project. So some of the applications in this region. Yes. And coming to Midas Civil, as I said, it is mainly for all types of bridges, starting with simple bridges like slabs, culverts, box girder bridges, and you can go up to the high-end bridges like cable stayed and suspension bridges, as well as seismic analysis, retrofitting and everything. So some of the applications, as I said, Rusky Island Bridge and Subaya Causeway Bridge in Kuwait, so Bahrain. So the superstructure is not only about the superstructure design, you can also model your piles, pile cap, pier, bearings, and then the complete bridge, and you can do a detailed analysis. So coming up to now, what are the softwares you have seen? Those are for the superstructure analysis. For the substructure, so we have Midas GTS-NX. And there is a direct interoperability between all these softwares. Like if you have a superstructure model in your civil software, you can bring it to GTS-NX for your soil structure interaction problem. And you can take the springs back there. So some of the applications of GTS-NX include deep foundation, soil structure interaction, deep excavation and temporary structures, underground structures, unconventional tunnel intersections, and slope stability, embankments, groundwater analysis, as well as dams. So, yes, some of the project applications include the Posivo-Onoklan in Finland, and Trans-Asian Expressway in USA, Polejo-Verasaka and D1 Tower in UAE. So these are some of the world leading project applications. So one of the things with the discussion with SN President, and thanks for him for giving us this opportunity. So we are also giving a special offer for all the clients who are interested in our solutions actually. So if you want to know more about our solutions, we have a stall outside, Fazal Nigeria Limited. You can come over there and we can discuss. Thank you very much.
I think this speech was designed with your software. Can see how the thing was going. So if you want your building to, no matter how many high-rise, skyscraper, whatever, just discuss with them and you'll see the way it's going high. So that will be very nice.
In 1960, we had about 45 megawatts. By 1980, these had grown to about 2.5 megawatts installed capacity. By the 2000s, we had about 6,000 megawatts installed capacity. And today, we have about 12 to 13 megawatts installed capacity of both hydro, thermal, small hydro, and even the renewables. Okay, the next slide shows the mix properly. So the renewables there, we can see that that's just been taking place in the last 5 to 10 years. And they just represent less than 5% of what the installed capacity is. And with this said, I would like us to look at, the comparison between Nigeria, Ghana, and Egypt. Nigeria, about 10 years ago, 2015, when we rebased our economy, Nigeria was said to be the largest economy in Africa. Of course, today we have come back to number 4. Egypt has consistently maintained our position as number 2 after South Africa. So if we look at the population of Nigeria, 230, compared to Egypt, our population is about twice that of Egypt. Egypt has installed generation capacity of 60,000 megawatts. Nigeria has 13. And of course, we know that about 5,000 is the average that are operational. In Nigeria, access to electricity is about 55 to 60%, whereas Egypt has 100% access to electricity. I've thrown in Ghana there, our brother nation in West Africa. Their generation capacity is 5,300, serving a population of 33 million. And their access is about 85 to 90%. So we can see what a joke we appear to be in terms of laying this critical infrastructure. Ghana diversified with IPPs and provided a better regulatory environment. Egypt leveraged on PPPs and gas solar synergy. And Nigeria lags behind due to the various grid inefficiencies and policy instability. So what are our challenges as a nation? Generation gap, about 5,000 megawatts being delivered. Again, to serve 230 million people. What a challenge. We have transmission losses, according to Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission report of 2024. About 15 to 20% of our energy is lost through transmission. And of course, we have the non-technical losses, due to 25 to 30% of our power that are generated are lost through non-technical losses. Vandalism of pipelines, towers, lines, and then of course we have the metering issues. Again, the gas constraints that are there, feedstock disruptions, gas pipelines are being disrupted and vandalized. The GENCOs, after they were privatized, they were in huge debt. All the power, most of the power generated, the DISCOs are not able to offtake them because of aging infrastructure. And of course, we have the financing gap of over $10 billion. And lastly, we have the governance issues, regulatory overlap. We have Federal Ministry of Power. We have REA. And then all the actors in the power industry. We see this regulatory overlap that sometimes creates a bottleneck. So what are the environmental and economical implications? Nigeria ranks among top 10 gas flaring nations. These gases that are flared ought to be converted to energy. That's where the wastages come in. We have fossil dependence. About 60% of our generation is from gas. The rural areas rely hugely on diesel, I better pass my neighbor, and petrol generators. And we are emitting over 35 metric tons of carbon emissions according to IEA 2023 report. The next slide talks about our transition plan. Nigeria's energy transition plan. Our late President, Muhammadu Buhari, at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Edinburgh, in UK, in 2021, sets a net zero target by the year 2060. And the aim was to aim at 100,000 megawatts by that year. And the pledge was for us to have 30% of that as renewable energy. That is 30,000 megawatts. And of course, looking at that power to serve the power industry, cooking, domestic, transport, now we have the light rail working in Lagos. We need energy to sustain it. Industries and the oil and gas sector. Of course, on your right, I've stated that to achieve that, we need about $1.9 trillion investment that are needed, according to the Nigerian Energy Transition Program report of 2022. And in between, we have the consulting engineers, which are vital for modeling, integration, and of course, execution. The next slide talks about the potential, enormous potential that we have. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, they have postulated that Nigeria has the potential, and we are sitting on 427,000 megawatts of electricity due to our position geographically. And I mean, of course, the weather. Wind, they have projected that Nigeria has the capacity to generate megawatts from our coastal and northern corridors. Small hydro, 3,500 megawatts. Biomass, you know how much waste we generate. This has been projected to be able to generate 25,000 megawatts. And of course, green hydrogen, which is available for long-term export opportunities. And of course, if we get our governance right and we put our house in order, we are able to realize this. So what are the opportunities? How can we achieve it? Again, we have had a number of these said today, strategic partnerships and PPP models, which the MD of REA is championing as far as rural electrification access is concerned. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more of that. Then we have the financiers. I'll come back to the consulting engineers. We need financiers, blended capital for infrastructure projects. And of course, the government, we need to get the policy right and the regulatory enabler. Then we have the consulting engineers, which is why we are here in this room having this discourse. Talking about system design, feasibility, due diligence. But I put the last one, they are system integrators. From the remarks we have had this afternoon, we are the experts. Yes, we focus majorly on design. We focus on preparing the feasibility. But that is not enough. So much has been said about, our past president mentioned it, and Engineer Atumi, I think, mentioned it, the business angle of it, and our VP also emphasized it. We need, as consulting engineers, to become the system integrators. We need to be the one in the driving seat, pulling together the finances, because we own the idea, we know how it works. We need to upgrade ourselves from just looking at the cost theta, cost T, to sitting down, inviting the business people, inviting the risk takers, the entrepreneurs, and leveraging on the existing policy that government has put in place. I've heard it said, one of our panelists said that we need government to invite us. It doesn't happen that way. We must go out there and be the integrators and say, hey, we are here. We can design it. We can design the right model and then pull together the finances, pull together everybody and every other actor to make this happen. And I think if we do that as consulting engineers, I believe we have been too docile. We need to get up and go. And that's the challenge that I will have for us this afternoon. And on my last slide, sustainability is not an option. It's the engineering challenge of our generation. We know what climate change is doing, but for us to be able to sustain the planet, then we need to devise solutions that are sustainable. Thank you very much for listening. I will go sit, and I will invite my panelists, or I will moderate from where I am and enjoy my panelists to support me. Okay. So I think I will start with you, MD, because you are the man on the hot seat this afternoon. What do you think? How can we overcome these various challenges, especially from your perspective as the MDREA?
From the presentation, I was thinking that after the presentation, we'll just go because, because we had already covered almost everything from the historical perspective to the situation, to the challenges, and what needs to be done. I think it's just, from my own perspective, it's just to add the context. Quite all right, we are a country with the highest number of people without electricity, and this has been for a very long period of time. Now, what's the way forward? The first thing is that we have now realized the fact that we cannot continue with a centralized grid. That it's established and it's very clear. The distributed renewable or the distributed infrastructure is the way for us to go and address this challenge, and that is what we are implementing. So having identified the fact that we cannot continue to rely on the grid, how do we now implement the distributed infrastructure? That's the second aspect of it. And you touch in that regard. We cannot, also the government as a body cannot address this entire challenge. So the private sector has to come in, and that is what informed the unbundling and the liberalization of the sector, to give opportunity to the private sector. In terms of what we are doing in REA, we have seen that aspect of driving the private sector. All the projects that we are implementing currently now are projects that are implemented based on private sector participation. For example, the distributed access through renewable energy scale-up project is the biggest publicly funded project in the world. A $750 million project that is expected to crystallize private sector funding of $1.1 billion. And we are implementing this not as an EPC per se project. We are implementing it by de-risking the sector. So we provide grants and subsidy to the private sector for the private sector to bring in their competency, bring in debt and equity, leverage on our grant or subsidy, and address the infrastructural challenge. And this is a huge opportunity for this ecosystem, for the people that are here. And like I said, I'm a bit critical to the engineers, not because of anything, but because of lack of drive or lack of full participation in what we are seeing. And I give you an example. Under the DARE, we are expected to develop 1,350 mini grids across the country, of which 250 of these mini grids are going to be interconnected mini grids. And these 200 are large-scale projects. For example, we started with 42 interconnected mini-grids. They are to inject almost 200 megawatts of clean electricity into the grid. And what we are seeing is most of the RESCO, the Renewable Energy Service Company that are participating under this scheme, are companies driven by non-engineers and employing the engineers to implement the projects. For example, one of our leading RESCO, ACOP, is pioneered by a political scientist, Obina, a political scientist, and now he employed over 80 engineers across the country implementing projects on his behalf. A4 and T, they are the main drivers of our interconnected mini-grid in the southwest. It's also being promoted by non-engineers. So what I'm saying is that we are creating these opportunities in terms of creating the partnership framework for the PPP framework, but we are not seeing much of you people driving this implementation, and you are the key people that should drive this access gap and bridge the gap. So in terms of way, this is just for my own prelude in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, I want the engineers to clap. $750 million being spent. 750 million. And the main drivers of those who are implementing the large scale is being driven by political scientists. See the reason why we need to be the integrators. Thank you so much, MD. Please, a round of applause once again for the MD of REA. Engineer Tony, what do you have to say to this subject matter? We have been challenged by the MD of REA and is not seeing our drive. We are not taking charge. We are leaving the field only to be employed. What bane has befallen consulting engineers over and over. And this is 2025. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you, the moderator. Anytime this kind of topic is being discussed, I get elected because these are the things we have been talking over and over. Even when you are going through your slide, to us, it's no longer a new thing. It's no longer news. All these things are there. Like somebody said that to meet the government. No. The government had made it possible, made it very simple for us to go in there, invest, and develop. Electricity Act 2023 is there for us to key in. And I'll ask, how many of us, how many investors, thank God they rightly said it, that have keyed into it? We had it, we can go for mini grids. That is the intent. And this Electricity Act had made it very simple. If you go through the act, we don't need government to say much. And the regulators are there, the NEC. In fact, by my participation in the NESI, Nigeria Electricity Service Industry, I've discovered that the solution is just in our hand. It's just for us to have the mindset with the backing of the regulators to make it realizable. The energy we are talking about and the sustainability, for energy to be sustainable, it must be able to take care of the present without destroying the future. And we have a lot of them. We have the renewable energy there. And with this Electricity Act, the mini grid, we can have them. We can have biomass. The renewable energy in terms of, we can have solar. And Nigeria is so structured, so wired, that up north, even like right here now, sunshine is almost 70 to 80%. In a year, we have it. Unlike down south. So with that, we can have a well-developed solar system that can serve a mini grid. And the issue of grid collapse, we are very embarrassing indeed to engineers, because the engineers have the solution. I'm a practitioner in the industry. We have even come out with a smart grid. Smart grid is possible. With smart grid, the issue of a grid collapse somewhere in the southeast or north, it will affect the entire nation. It's very embarrassing.
What would be your advice to consulting engineers
So
to this opportunity?
The advice to us, including myself, is that we should key in, while developing the sustainable energy future, these consulting engineers should come in with experiment and development, research. Even we are talking of solar energy. The panels, most of the panels we use for solar energy are being imported. We can develop the industry here through research by the engineers.
Thank you very much.
Process and we'll develop.
Let's put our hands together for Engineer Tony.
Thank you very much.
Engineer Bola Olowe, what is your take on this matter? The challenge has been thrown to the consulting engineers. We want to find a way to key in. How do you advise the consulting engineers in this room? What steps will you advise that we take?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Now, all that we have been saying since morning, we have been talking about how can Nigerian engineer consultants be able to key in. Now, Engineer Tony spoke about sustainability and what is a sustainable development. Sustainable development is that technology that is meet for the times. It's always on. But now talking to consulting engineers, we have spoken about all the various gamuts of the various mix of energy in our energy supply. But what about us as consulting engineers? The first thing is that as consulting engineers, somebody said it earlier, we need to think in terms of a business. Many of us, we have not actually imbibed the idea of business. We have always just thought that we go to the government, we get a project from government, we do it, and at the end of the day, we wait for our payment. And then the next time, we also look for it, for project patronage. But it's far beyond that. We have solar energy, all the renewable energies from the grid, from generators, and so on. But how will a consulting engineer practice in this space, fit in this space? And apart from the business, engineers will lack much competence in terms of business. Like I said earlier, we lack the competence of seeing that we need to run our organizations as a business. Now, we are told about somebody who employed about 80 engineers, but that guy is a supplier or a manufacturer. But we are talking of consulting. Where do we fit in? Between the government, we are the one that is inside the space, between government and the private sector. So we must first of all begin like that. And for us to do that, consulting engineers, we must think about partnership with ourselves. No more should we be running our businesses alone. No more should we be having our portfolios and opening our shops. It's rife now in the consulting engineering practice. You employ a staff, you train him, maybe after 5, 6 years, he leaves you after he has gained all the competencies and all the necessary registration to open up his shop. And the whole thing becomes a cycle. He will also come back and start complaining of lack of patronage. So we need to come together as engineers, to work together, to learn to work together. And I think Engineer Adeola had some books that he wrote on partnership. And he espoused all these things as engineers. So we should not be seeing it as competing with ourselves. About 9, 10 years ago, I was the chairman of Nigerian Institute of Engineers in Ibadan. And one of the first things I did was to take, though this time to government, but it's still something that is with us, take advocacy to the ministries, the water corporations and all that. And I told them, we are partners in progress. We are not competitors. Until all of us see it that way, that we need to partner. That is the only time we can grow. And we will not have people from outside to come and dominate our skin. In the power energy scene, foreigners are dominating. And what do? They bring their products, what they have developed, to come and sell to us, leaving the consulting engineers with nothing in the mix. I also say that engineers across the board, be it those of us in government, private sector, and practitioners, private practitioners like consulting engineers and contractors, suppliers, we need to find a way to work there. But more than ever before, my major message to us is that, one, yes, we grow our competencies, we become good and adept in our practice, but more than that, we need to come together. We need to agglomerate together so that we can be big. But if we are just one single entity running our businesses, for example, look at Mycom. When the Baba got tired, like he said, he brought his daughter in. And then the company now went on. Many of our consultancy firms, both civil, mechanical, electrical, and so on, when the proprietor gets tired, the company practically dies because there's nobody to succeed in. So these are issues that we must apply our hearts to, bring up our young ones and give them a sense of belonging in our practices. Many of us, we have practiced for years. What are we thinking about the continuance of our businesses after us? But more than that, we need to have what they call us coming together and have something of skill.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Engineer Olowe. I will open up the panel to questions, but before then, I want, there's something the MD of REA has said, that they have de-risked the sector. They provide subsidy, to ensure that the participants, their investment is protected. I would like you to please just shed a little bit of light on that, because what I'm hearing, we are reinforcing the old paradigm. That's what I'm hearing, and I don't think that is the way to go. We can't continue the same way. If a political scientist is employing 80 engineers, and you as a consulting engineer, you only have 2 engineers in your firm, what are we talking about? We are not in business. So I would like the MD to please expatiate on this. How have you de-risked the sector? Well, because maybe we are not hearing, we don't understand that business sense. Because we have been told here we are not business people. Let's talk to ourselves. So let him explain what it means to de-risk.
Consistently, I have made it clear that for engineers to participate, to benefit in the renewable sector, the way I know it, they must have business acumen, business knowledge. That is fast. If you don't, and that is why others that develop that competency, they end up leading and taking advantage of it. Now, the risking we designed a program called result-based financing. What we do is we want to move away from issuing contract. So if you are a consulting engineer that is waiting to see a contract and bid for it, you will wait till the end of the world. It's not coming now. We are reversing that. What we are doing is giving an opportunity of private companies to design an integrated solution and get de-risking grants from us, deploy the project. So we implement two different kind of projects. One is called performance-based grant. The other one is called minimum subsidy tender. Under the performance-based grant, we have, first of all, mapped the entire country. We know the communities in the country where they don't have this electricity or they have unreliable supply. We know it. Not only knowing the community, we know the number of households, we know the nature of the occupation of people within there, we know the number of public institutions, small and medium enterprises within this community. So we provide this data to these private companies. Now the private company go and choose this community based on what they want. They can go to Jos, they can go to Zamfara, they can go to Ebonyi. They go there, do the community engagement based on the set operating framework, deploy this mini grid. Now, if they deploy this mini grid, once that mini grid we are able to see the meters because it has to be smart meters. Once we communicate from our office through the SCADA system, see these meters, for each meter we pay grant. This grant ranges from $600 or $500 or $350 per connection, depending on the community. Some hard-to-reach communities, we pay up to $600, some medium, $500, some not hard-to-reach, $350. And this is what we call performance-based grant. Now, why, if you are not a businessman, this will be difficult for you as an engineer to deploy, is because it's performance-based. You have to perform before we pay you the grant, which means that you need to have funding that you would use to be able to deploy the infrastructure. And that is why you will see us signing memorandum of understanding with FCMB of 100 billion. So you have to design a business model to be able to take debt or equity to go and deploy the infrastructure, then you will now get the grant. Now this grant is supposed to de-risk your debt or equity, and you will own that mini grid for 20 years and be collecting tariff. That's the first one, the performance-based. The second one is called minimum subsidy tender. Now, we are conscious that some communities, the private sector may not want to go to those communities. So for those communities, we now pick them, do the project development by them, and we do what we call the subsidy tendering. We ask the private sector to tender to bid for two things. One, if, for example, this Continental Hotel is the community, we'll ask the private sector to tell us how much would they build the 1 megawatt that will power this Continental Hotel. And the second thing is, what is the subsidy requirement? So private sector A will say that, oh, I need $10 million to develop the 1 megawatt, and I have $5 million, I want the federal government to give me $5 million. If this private sector B said, okay, even me, I can build it 1 megawatt at 10 million, but I have 6 million, all I want the government to give me is $4 million. The person that requests for the most minimum grant from us will win the bid. And guess what? If he built the 1 megawatt and power Continental Hotel, he would be taking the tariff for 20 years. And the infrastructure is his own. So these are the result-based financing framework. It's a bit technical session, but these are some of the things that we implement, and we invite the private sector to participate and implement it over a period of time. Just in conclusion, one aspect, I like what the initial presentation by the Vice President, he mentioned something about integration. There's huge opportunity about integration in all the mini grids that we have seen, because we would learn from the mistake of the on-grid. So for off-grid, we don't want to repeat that mistake. So for all our mini grid, there is huge component of integration. You have to integrate your meters with our SCADA system and our EMS, energy management service, because we have to see the meters before we even pay the grant. So in each mini grid, there's huge opportunity for consulting engineers, for you guys. And I don't think in this room there's one single person that has built integration for any of the over 300 mini grids that we have already built. And like I said, 1,350 are to be built in just one program. Talk less of the funding pipeline of about 2 billion that we are working, that we will build additional over 3,000 more mini grids that will come into the system. Thank you.
Wow. Let's put our hands together for Mr. MD. I hope that is clear to us. So we see that it's not, for those who want to remain at a level of design, there's huge opportunity in integration. And of course, you have to learn, you have to retool yourself and maybe go back to school and brush up your knowledge. Because if we're still depending on the old knowledge, how you integrate your meters with SCADA systems, with your energy management system, I think those are opportunities for us, or those that want to remain just simple consulting engineers. But if you want to take the big chunk, I think the opportunity lies in the business. I think that is where the money is. Thank you so very much, Mr. MD. I will open the floor. We'll take 3 questions from the audience, and they will draw the curtain in 5 minutes. No, you will. You will. Okay, sir.
I don't know my voice should carry. Yes.
Yeah, please, microphone.
Basically, I was following the... Yes, I can, yes.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Thank you. Just a quick one. I was following the MD's conversation, and I saw a lot of consultancy, conventional consultancy that was assumed. You said we mapped the whole country. Who mapped the country? Which consultants did you use? You said they submit proposals to us. Who evaluates them? I don't want to be a person who is running a power plant for the next 20 years. I want to be a person who is improving the quality of power that we get continuously. So I think that there's an underlying chain of consultancy that you didn't address how it's provided. What happens is that the civil servant assumes he knows it, and he does the wrong thing. They think they are supervising the roads, and they're not supervising it well. Who did all this mapping? Who did all this logic? Who is evaluating all these proposals that you are getting? That's what we do as consultants.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you for this question. The mapping of that we have done in my lifetime is the greatest work that I have recorded as the MD of REA. That is one. And I wish we show you the data. Wait, I will go to that. I wish to show you the data to see the quantum of work that has been done. From the projection here, you can see the state, you drill down to the local government, you drill down to the community. I can identify your house from this. That is one. Who did the work? It was done by World Bank. Wait. You see, this is what you need to understand. Yes. Calm down. We wanted to do this, yes, we can't afford to use the public funds to do this project, right? We have been requesting for funds, we couldn't get it. So we looked for grants. We wrote 8 different proposals for grants. It was the 8th one that we were lucky we got the approval of the World Bank. World Bank did an international competitive bidding. Of course, it's their own money. And at the end of the day, McKinsey got that in collaboration with Vista, a local mapping company. You see, you can stay anywhere and be lamenting. One is that this project has been advertised. Did Nigerian company bid? No. The McKinsey were very clever to create a consortium of 3 different companies. Them, Vista, a local company that does the mapping, and data integration, they did this work. Secondly, what you also need to know, grant money, you can't dictate to the World Bank how they will use their grant money. And sitting here to crystallize free grants for. So if because I wanted the Nigerian company, I shouldn't take a grant till the end of the world when we get this. No, that is not the way to run a public institution. A public institution person go and get money to improve the service of the country wherever that funding is. And that is what we have done. And I continuously respect this decision, and wherever it is, this is one of the best things that happens to the country. Thank you.
Mr. MD, you are not sitting and you are not being judged. Not at all. Not at all. Please, I want you to know that we're your friends. I think our past president is only highlighting the fact that a lot of consultancy work has been done, and which opportunities we have failed to embrace. We'll leave it at that because we wouldn't want to go into any controversies. What is important is we still have, not at all, sir, my past president, I withdraw that word. It's not a controversy. What is important is that consultancy has been done. And it's been oftentimes said here, whoever pays the piper dictates the tune. They bring in the grants because they want to work for their own people. It's their money. Most international grants are that way. They even do international competitive bid. And it's those who have the muscles that are able to get it. But where we are now, we have $750 million to $1.1 billion that is available, that is being spent. And I think that is the issue. I'll take your question. You can please come to the podium. And then before we take our panelists to round up in 1 minute each.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for affording me the opportunity to put up a question. My question goes to the MD of REA. First, I will thank you for the good presentation you did and what you are doing in REA to change the model of running projects in REA. From what I'm seeing, the organization is now doing maybe EPIC, engineering, procurement, installation, and construction. One point of responsibility. The business outfit carries out the EPIC. At the end of the day, you de-risk by doing some payments. So my question is this: the accessibility to the framework and all the programs you have within the year or in the next 2-3 years for us to do a follow-up.
Please, how do we have accessibility to your programs?
The Rural Electrification Agency, even before securing the funding, we have had over 30 roundtables, bringing in the private sector to understand the framework before the funding. And when we secured the funding, we continue to do it. Not only that, we in fact start even engaging the subnational. To date, please watch NTA news, NTA station today, served between 8:30 to 9. You will see a 30-minute documentary on the level of the engagement and the program that we are doing. So we even go to the media to broadcast these opportunities for people to do. We engage state by state. We have done 19 states. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, we are going to do an engagement with the state, with Bauchi State. And please, I would like to use this opportunity to invite you to, I think it's Transcorp, right? Transcorp, 1 o'clock, there will be REA engagement with Bauchi State. You will see the presentation, including this mapping that we have done. It will give you an opportunity to have a look at what we have done and the various opportunities for you in this regard. So please join us, but check our website. All the program that we are implementing and the engagement, it's out there. And we have our Twitter handle. We have all the social media. You can follow us to be tracking it.
Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for the MD of REA? Let me invite Engineer Bola Olowe for his closing comments.
Thank you.
1 minute.
In 1999, I'm sure our past presidents will remember, then Obasanjo came on the scene. And there was this discussion amongst us. We need to engage the government to patronize us. And then President Adesina led some of the past presidents and a few council members to meet with Obasanjo. And it was hammering on Obasanjo. The government is not patronizing us. Government is not giving us opportunity. We are Nigerians. The Obasanjo said, where are the companies for me to patronize? Say I cannot go and patronize Bola Olowe and Co. Go and form consortia and bring them. But then in addition, you remember, those of you who was continually pressurizing him. And Obasanjo was getting angry characteristically. So I think later on that led Aken to begin to think of forming a consortium amongst ourselves. I think since then we are still on this. So what am I saying? Engineers should learn to work together so that we can have the benefit from the economy of skill, different skill sets, so that we can be able to meet the requirements. Who tells you that if we have a big organization in Nigeria, we can even get the World Bank to provide funds for us? That's the way the World Bank works. Not just only grants, but they have their projects that if you are big enough, you can go to the bank and get funding from the bank because of your size. So what are the opportunities for engineers? Band together, work together as a team. Don't let us think big. Let us expand our vision. I will see that this will work out. So Aken has a role to play, and we must continually play that to be able to get us. And in addition, we have spoken about us learning to run businesses. Engineers are poor business people. In the days of our fathers here, they used to post checks to them. They used to post letters of award to them. You can prove me wrong. They don't need to go out. So, but many of them, what do they do with the money? Some of them will tell us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Engineer Olowe. Engineer Tony.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, the moderator. I know most of us, the engineers, especially consulting engineers, who have heard about the grant, the million, the billion. I know we are really excited. But what he's talking in effect is that we have to go and restructure our business. Structure our business because he's talking about EPC, where you design, you construct, you manage. So, and while doing that, we have to equally be conscious of business ethic. If you're a consultant, it means that you have to know how to incorporate the construction aspect. Because if you are consulting, you have to structure your business in such a way that the outfit that runs the construction doesn't conflict with the consultancy services. That's all I have to say, since we are talking to ourselves and where we can leverage and how I can get involved in having a sustainable. We are talking of energy development. We are talking of power now, and there are many other energy development. Let's structure our business, and we can flow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, I would still give the MD of REA 1 minute to the challenge.
My conclusion is just to say that to use the phrase, you either innovate or you perish. That's the basic thing. When it comes to these opportunities, this is the basic fact that is there. Nobody that, because you are a Nigerian company, they would now come to you or email to you award. That's not going to happen. I was having a discussion with the MD of the cable company, and she told me how, as the chair of the cable makers, are discussing with REA for us under this program to patronize the local cables manufacturing. That is something that should be doing. Not to say that, because we are Nigerian cable, we would just have to come and start utilizing you. No, that's not the way. In the morning, I saw the guy from Otis Consulting. We are working with them in building 8 mega infrastructure in the university. If you go to University of Port Harcourt, you will see 11 megawatts of hybrid mini grid. If you go to University of Abuja, the entire university is off electricity, is enjoying my 3 megawatts, powering the teaching hospital. If you go to Maiduguri, you will see 12 megawatts. All these were built by a local consulting company. But what did they do different? And this is where I'm talking about the innovation. They didn't just sit. They saw the advert, and the advert is international competitive bidding. Otis partnered with a company, a German company that I can't remember the name, but you can ask him, he was here in the morning. They partnered and they bidded and they won. And I give you another example. There's the biggest local EPC company in renewable energy is called Oxwell. The owner of that was a consultant, and he metamorphosed to an EPC company. It's been driven now by his son, a 35-year-old company. They have a portfolio of over $100 million project that they are executing. But their first bidding, because it's also international competitive bidding, and there's no Nigerian company that can do, they partnered with an American company called Greensell. They did the first bidding and they won, and they executed the project in Abia, Alice Ikweme University. From there, they got all the technical requirements that World Bank wants, and the subsequent one, they bidded and they won 3 Nigerian company. He's the one doing Port Harcourt, the biggest, 10.9 megawatts. He's the one doing Uyo and the Imo Owerri 7 megawatts. They won. So you either innovate or you perish, but nobody will come to you because you are a Nigerian company and say that, come, let's do that. No. The place is competitive and the funding requires competition for us to execute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Liu. Engineers, you either innovate or you Can we take it one more time? We either innovate or we will not perish. We will innovate. Thank you so very much.
May I now invite the president of ACAN to join them upstage. A group photograph. It has been a very wonderful session, and I'm sure we all will be going home with these 3 words. I think they were being soft by making it an option for us. You either innovate or you perish. Well, maybe I will not be soft, so I will give it 3 words. Innovate or perish. I didn't say it too. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate you for this session. The president will now make a quick presentation to the chairman of this panel session. Mr. President, sir. Yes, sir. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to really appreciate you for your time and your patience. We still have one other panel session 3, but that will be taken after our lunch. We shall now proceed to have lunch at Ballroom 3, just 2 halls after this one, and we shall convene in 30 minutes. So by 4 p.m., please let us be here to quickly finish panel section 3, then go and prepare to come back for the dinner. Thank you very much. The lunch is taking place at Ballroom 3. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now take the presentation from Chint Power and Energy Services Limited. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okoyemi Bamimore, and I'm here representing Chint Global and Chint Power and Energy Services Limited. I'll try as much as possible to run us through what we stand for as a company. I'll talk about our energy, and I will talk about what Chint has achieved so far in the world. Chint is a leading global provider of smart energy. And when we talk about energy consumption in the world currently is increasing globally. And as a company, this is where we stand, and this is where we provide our solution. And as a company, as energy, we try as much as possible to provide solutions for industry, for commercial building and also every part of the world. And when we talk about energy, energy contributes to major parts of our living in the world currently. When we talk about cooling, when we talk about heating and also electricity. And in terms of energy consumption, you cannot be sitting here without cooling or energy, electricity as far as this is concerned. So I will take you through our products and some of the things that we have done so far in the world. Okay, thank you. So our numbers. Number one, Chint in numbers. We are 25 billion US dollar asset revenue as a company, and also we are 27.7 billion US total assets in the whole world. And in terms of localization, we are 68% localized. When I talk about localization, it means that wherever we find ourselves as a company, we try as much as possible that the citizen of that country takes over the business. This is what Chint stands for, and that is why we are saying we are 68% localization. And in Nigeria, that is why you can see me here presenting as a Nigerian. So Chint is ranked number 1 in the world. We are ranked number 1 in the world in terms of leading in production, sales, and marketing. We are ranked number 1 in the world. And in 3 consecutive years, Chint has been ranked China top employer in the world. This is what we stand for as a company. And if you look at our numbers speaks volume in terms of numbers. And let me take you through our corporate milestones. In terms of corporate milestones, Chint started in 1984. In 1984, we started from low voltage products from 1984, and from 1984 to 2005, this is where our low voltage product starts. And from 2006 to 2016, it's our green energy intelligent manufacturing. And from 2017 to up to date, this is where we stand. We are innovating every day, and we are developing through our innovations and research and development. I'll talk about our missions, and like I said initially, our mission is to make energy safer, greener, more convenient, and efficient in the world. Our vision, like I said initially, we are committed to becoming a global leading smart energy solutions provider throughout the world, and our core value speaks for us. So I will take us through our Chint Building New Industry Development Momentum, which is our 3+2 model. Our 3+2 model. We have 3+2 model. The 3 majorly is talking about major industrial sectors and major business platform. In terms of our platform, we're talking about green energy, intelligent electric, and smart low carbon. And for our major business platform, we're talking about global capacity layout, sci-tech innovations, and incubations. So these are just the 3 models that we stand for. And I will talk about our global layout. Our global layout in the whole world, we have covered 140 countries around the world as a company, and we have 4 major global R&D centers in the world. Chint has built up to 2,300 plus global distributors, which Nigerian is one of them. When we talk about 2,300 plus global distributors in the world, we can see that we have covered a lot in the whole world. And covering this one, we have covered almost 80% of countries and regions around the world. So I'll talk about our global R&D localization. Our global R&D localization, we have up to 3 to 12% of our annual sales being invented or being invested back into R&D. And this is one of the major things that makes us to stand out as a company, investing 3 to 12% of our annual sales into R&D. And when I talk about our R&D, we have Chint Intelligent Electrical Laboratory, we have NOAA Global R&D Center around the world. In terms of our global delivery, we have 20 plus global logistics center, which Nigeria is just one of them. West Africa, West Asia and Africa, Latin America. And in Nigeria here, we have our warehouse. Like I said initially, one of the major things that makes us to stand out is part of our shortened delivery date cycle. We have less than 60 days delivery in terms of anything that you can order from Chint. And this is one of the major things that makes us to stand out as a company. So I will run us through some of the solutions that we have globally. We have end-to-end solutions, and also we have global localization, starting from power generation, energy, and power transmission, power distribution, and power consumptions. These are the products that we have globally, and we have certifications for all of this. In terms of power utility, we have covered different parts of power utility in terms of transmission grid, power quality governance, distribution grid, and smart metering. So these are the parts that we have covered around the world, and I will take us to some of the projects that we have executed here in Nigeria, also our global references. In terms of our power utility, we have major projects that we have executed in Nigeria. We have 6 MVA prefabricated substations here in Nigeria, and we have another 5 MVA power transformer here in Nigeria. And also in Chad, we have installed a GIS. We have installed GIS, and different parts of Chad, we have installed GIS. And our local success stories includes part of this. Next slide. Success story include part of the major prefabricated substation that we have installed here in Nigeria. And this is just telling us about how far we have gone around the world and how far our products have been accepted around the world. So in terms of building facilities, residential, public buildings, and commercial complexes, and future communities, we can see that a lot of things have been done around this area in terms of residential, public buildings, commercial complexes around the world. We have built we have executed different projects around the world, which is giving us a global references and giving us a global recognition around the world. And in terms of building, like I said initially, we have executed different building projects in Poland, in Bulgaria, in Egypt. So this is just one of the things that is giving us a leverage to know that, oh, Chint is doing very well globally. Also, we are into telecom and data centers. Telecom and data centers are project references around the world. We have in Norway, we have in Singapore, also we have in China. So Chint's Group 2020-2030 Sustainable Development Strategy, I'm just trying to rush through this so that we can have a brief and overview of what Chint stands for as a global company. Our vision, our mission, and globally around the world. So advocating for carbon neutrality, these are the things that we have done so far in the world. And one of the major things that we have done as #1 top Chinese company in Nigeria, in the whole world, if you look at what we have done in terms of social responsibility, Chint is #1 in 2021. And we have done this one 3 consecutive times in the whole world. And these are just our global references. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Chint Power and Energy Services Limited. I'm very sure when you open your panels, MV, LV, you should find Chint there. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the last panel session for today, panel session 3, on the theme, Strategic Roles of Consulting Engineers in National Development. And to chair this panel session is our past president of ACEN, Engineer Bayo Adeola, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow, of the Academy of Engineering. Can we please put our hands together for him as he comes up? Then, on the panel is a past president also of ACEN and former MD of FEMA, Engineer Nuruddin A. Rafindadi, FNSE, FA Eng, OFR. A round of applause for him. And then we also have the ACEN Vice President on this panel. Please put your hands together for Engineer Kunle Adebajo, F9-E, MICE. You're welcome. And then we have also another past president of ACEN, Engineer Suleiman Adamu, FNSE, the Galadiman Kazauri. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. So the chairman will take it from here, and I'm very sure in 40 minutes we should be done. Thank you, sir.
40 minutes for real, or because all the others have ignored you, so maybe I should ignore you too. You know, if they want it for real, they will get it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, engineers and non-engineers alike. This is after lunch, so we will try to make it a little bit more interesting so that we don't send you to sleep. It's challenging. I deliberately didn't take Gary or because I knew I was going to have this session. Okay, we're supposed to be addressing the theme of this conference, really, the strategic role of consulting in development. And you can see that everybody on the panel is from ACEN. So this is really from ACEN leadership to ACEN community. Unlike Engineer Dr. Otenaike, who had an elaborate slide, I haven't prepared any slide because I didn't know I was going to present. I just knew I was going to moderate. And that is what I intend to do. What are the strategic issues in development? And where does consulting end?
There's a representative for MD.
Okay, where is it? That's the MC, is the MC that should introduce him?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you didn't know? Okay, so welcome. Please join us, join us. It was calling the Galadima. Let him come and introduce him properly. You see, we...
All right. And on the panel, we have Engineer Abimbola Akinajo, FNSE, the MD of Lamata, ably represented by Engineer Abidemi Atoba Tele. Let's put our hands together for him as he joins the panel. Thank you.
Engineer Atoba Tele, you're welcome. You know, Engineer Abimbola is one of us. It's our own. And we love to see her. So sending a representative, we are accepting you, but it's not the same. Please, our compliments to, I mean, a special person to us, really. And you don't look exactly like a female, do you? So our compliments to her for at least being represented. She knows that we hold her in high regards, and we would have loved to have her with us. Okay, thank you, and welcome to the panel. So like I was saying, what are really the strategic role of consulting engineering in national development? And we have to put this in context because we are trying to build it from the building blocks, from the basis. We've had one or two fairly different perspectives of what consulting engineers should be doing in the conversation in the morning. And if you look at it from the building blocks, everybody in the society, not just engineers, is to contribute to development. Everybody. So what is the role of each person? If you look at it at the political level, what is the responsibility of government, political government? Because every society has political government. Their primary responsibility is to collect together all the resources of the country and deploy it in areas that they think are very important. The government is the one who collects all the money, whether it's from oil and gas, whether it's from agriculture, whether it is a business tax at the federal level, at the state level, individuals, they collect all this money. And what is their responsibility? To spend it in the best interest of that community. They're the only ones who have that power to collect resource and distribute. That is a tremendous amount of power. What you then find is that human capital, energy, entrepreneurship will go to anywhere that is being rewarded by government. Anywhere where you are putting money, people will go there because people want to work. They want to work hard and they want to get money. There was a time when engineering and architecture was thriving. When we left school in the 70s, it was thriving. You left school, work was waiting for you, firms were decent, they were there. And we all went there. I finished youth service in July. By September, I had a brand new car. I had a job. We traveled the world. We were doing interesting projects. So people went there. But once people see that this sector is not being rewarded, they say, which sector is the next one? So people stopped wanting to be architects when they found that architecture was not being rewarded. There was a time everybody wanted to be a chartered accountant, when to be an accountant was to rise. Then there was a time everybody wanted to be a banker, 30 years. And all the engineers, all the architects, everybody, it didn't matter what you read, we went to banking because it was being rewarded. So development is strongly influenced by what government does, where it puts money. And people will go to where they put money. However, like somebody said in the earlier session, real development, which is making things, real development, making things, come from only 3 or 4 sectors of all economy. The biggest is engineering. Anything that was not God created directly has been created by engineers. A car, an aeroplane, a house. All the ingredients for their creation were provided by the Almighty, but the conversion of them is the initiative of man. And only man has been given that ability to create and change his own environment. Not the cockroach, not the lion, not the whale. They are still there. So if you don't invest in engineering, it doesn't matter what you do in any other sector. You are really not going to prosper in the long run. That is the basic tenet. So engineering is key. Now, how does engineering work? Engineering is a chain of events. Research leads to concept. Concept leads to design. Design leads to production. So if you do not cover the spectrum of research, design, manufacture, and production, then you will not grow. You cannot enter it in the middle and think by doing one and jumping the other, you will get there. Therefore, the researchers must be there. The universities, the polytechnics, the individual person who is trying to solve a real-life problem. That real-life problem is a society problem. We don't have water in the house. The sanitary system here is not working. The transport system is working. And the people who are living in that community are experiencing that pain. And somebody says, we need to solve this. And he begins to think of the solution to solve it. And we find that for most, except for the simplest, it tends to need thinking through. So there's a stream. The first thing is that put a wood across it, yeah, and somebody just puts a wood across it. Put stones in the middle, we walk on it, and we get to where we're going. But when the river gets bigger, you find that the simple solutions don't work again, and therefore somebody needs to create, think, design this solution. And that's where the consulting engineer is. We will not solve our problem if we have not created that group of people who are going to observe their society, do a diagnosis of the problem, and create the solution. You can create the solutions in two ways. Symptomatic, there's a river, put wood across it. As long as that wood, if that one breaks, bring a heavier one, whatever. But if you want to solve it in a fundamental way, you have to build the intelligentsia, and that is what the consulting engineers do. I don't know if I have been able to explain the strategic importance of consulting engineer in the engineering space, and the strategic importance of engineering in the development space. We cannot do it alone. If government doesn't allocate resource to it, if it's not properly rewarded, it will struggle. So that is my opening remarks. I know that I have a very strong and powerful panel, and I'm debating whether to start. If Engineer Keajo was here, it would have been easy, because all of us would have been us. But I'm going to treat you special, because I would not have treated us special, and say maybe I should invite you to give your opening remarks on this very interesting topic. What do you think are the strategic importance of the consulting engineer in development?
Thank you very much, sir. I bring you greetings from Engineer Keajo, and I am the project manager for the rail infrastructure. So the blue line, the red line, I'm the project manager. So to some extent, I will be able to say some few things that will make meaning to what we are saying here today. I'm a client's representative from the project management point of view. We have 4 C's. We have the client, we have the consultant, we have the contractor, and we have the community. Those are the forces in project initiation, implementation, and operation. But in order not to go too diverse from what you have just said, I think over time, the strength of consultants in the implementation of projects that leads to the strength of the nation has been fading out. And the reason why that has been happening is because we have been doing things the same way, and we expect to get a different result. We cannot. When they ask us, Nigeria has a problem, we need to solve it. Let's take a problem, for instance, transportation problem. That's the sector I am, so I should be able to. A consultant who starts from feasibility study, develop concept, and go into detailed design eventually, and supervise the implementation of the project. He's only seeing the problem they ask him to solve. And what's the problem? Transportation. When I ask you, help me solve transportation issue, I'm not telling you solve movement of people from one location to another. That's the only way I can say it to you. As a consultant, I will use the sensory organ to relate the powers of a consultant. The client does not have a eye. That's why he needs you to see for him. The client does not have a nose. He wants you to smell for him. The client does not have a mouth. He wants you to speak for him. He wants you to taste for him. He doesn't have a skin. He wants you to feel for him. He doesn't have a hair. He wants you to hear for him. So if the client comes and tell you, solve transportation problem for me, I need to move people from point A to point B. Consultants need to think outside the box. It is not just movement of people from point A to B. It is telling you, I need to move people, their culture, their behavior, their systems. I need you to move it from point A to B. That's the meaning. That's what it's saying. It's only that it doesn't have what it takes to tell you that. So everybody believes government, just like you said, government. Government does not have that kind of resources people think they have. They don't. But when consultants who are supposed to be the movers of implementation of projects and eventually creating environment for others to try, need to think outside the box. What the client is telling you is that I need a transportation system, maybe a rail, maybe a bus, maybe ferry system that needs to move people from point A to B. But I understand that when people are moving, they do eat. Create the enabling environment for them to eat. It means that you are creating business for those that are going to provide the food for them to eat.
Let us make this a little bit more interesting because I hear you.
Yeah.
You are saying that consultancy is needed.
Absolutely.
How is this sourced now? How is it provided now? You are saying what we should be, and we are hearing you. But so how do you get that service now?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Using our projects as a case study, all our consultancy service are local Nigerians implementing the project for us.
Okay.
The power, we have the first rail system using electric in Sub-Saharan Africa. And the company providing that service is a Nigerian company.
The consulting service.
From consultancy to implementation to operation.
Is it one company or many
Several companies.
Okay, so you are using consultants actively in Lamata.
You cannot but use consultants.
No. Yeah. We are not taking it for that. If they are, you are saying it publicly. We are not surprised given who is there, but it is unusual. Because what we are finding is that they think they are not using consultants when they give design and build to Chinese company or Japanese company, because those ones then go and use consultants in their own country. So it's hidden.
Not hidden. Okay, let me clarify that. Yes. Our project implementation does not start from engaging EPC contractor. It starts from feasibility studies.
So, and you are using Nigerians for consulting.
Yes.
And we're happy.
Some of them partner with foreign organizations.
Okay.
Because some of the fund we get are grants.
Yeah.
And if you are looking at grants, they will say international bidding.
Yeah.
And some Nigerian consulting firms are smart enough to partner with foreign organizations and form a consortium to get those things.
Okay.
After that, we go into concept development.
Yeah. And Nigerians still take place, part in it.
Because there's no expertise earlier in the engineering, the soft engineering.
No.
of
Lamata,
earlier.
Lamata has now been on for how many years?
That's the first project.
No. How long has Lamata been
About 20 years.
Have Nigerian consultants who can get work independently emerged?
Yeah.
In 20 years?
Yes. All the boss, I'm only talking of rail before.
No, we're talking about the whole of Lamata.
No,
We're just talking about the whole
So
organization.
let me talk about boss, for instance.
No, don't.
No, let me tell you. I know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
For the past 20 years,
Yes.
all the consultants that have been working for Lamata are indigenous consultants.
Excellent.
Indigenous consultants.
Excellent.
AEC, Mesilia, all those Nigerian consultants, they have been working for us. There's no foreign.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you. This is what we like to hear. In other words, we don't need to explain our strategic importance to Lamata.
No.
Lamata already understands our strategic importance. So what we'll ask Lamata to do is...
So let me add something to it.
Yes.
You mentioned Engineer Keajo
Yes.
as one of your strategic partners.
No, one of our own.
One of your own.
Yes. She came from here to you.
Okay. So let me now tell you the story behind that.
Yes.
She used to be the MD of a consultancy firm.
Yes.
That was working for Lamata.
We know.
So after identifying the skill and knowledge, that's why the government decided to appoint
We
her.
know when she arrived from the UK. We know.
So you understand that.
So she made a difference.
Made a difference.
Thank you. She has gone there to represent us well. Thank you.
She's doing that well.
Thank you. My vice president, my president in waiting. I'm sure this is a topic that you and I have bashed around for quite some time. What can we do better in communicating this strategic importance of consulting, not only to those who give us work, but even to ourselves? What can we do better?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone. I think this should be a very interesting thing because as my brother here was talking, I realized that as engineers, sometimes we go, or we used to anyway, we used to go to basics. We used to always go back to basics to solve problems. And so I started thinking, as I've learned from you to think, that some of the things we take for granted, the words we've been using today, one of them is consultant, and if I remove the word engineer from the consulting engineer, I started to think that we're all consultants. Every human being is a consultant in one form or the other, even if it is simply to say, please, where's the toilet? It's there. So from childhood, we've been consulting, and people have not struggled with the need for consultants. Because as I say, oh, where is lunch being served? So. What time should I be here? So. The consultant. But I want to park that by saying, what came to mind there is that it demonstrates that the consultant is actually meeting a need. And the person using the consultant sees the value in it. Whether it's paying, whether it's whatever, he simply says, I need to find my way to this large equally hall. Where is it? And the gate man says, do this, do this. A person seeking the thing and the other. I park that one. I then also look at the other word, development. And, we're talking about national development. And we do know that development is usually good, even though I know there are negative developments too. But a child who is growing up, he doesn't actually see that he went to bed and he's woken up and he's a millimeter, taller. But that development is happening and something is causing it. So if we now try and put the two together and say that consultants bring bring about development based on their meeting the needs and adding value to the system. So I now turn to, say, Lamata. And I say that not just Lamata, any client, the challenge we face, the challenge we have been facing is that identification of the need to get value from a consultant. And hopefully in this hall here as consultants, we are actually providing value to those who are seeking us, or who may not even be seeking us, but should be seeking us. Because if I give an example, I'm not going to state the project, but something similar to what Lamata will do. They will do their, as he has said, they will do their initial thinking, and then they will say, this one passed me. Can we have some consultants who will identify things? So that's first and foremost, he has to tick the box. He needs that, and he's recognized it. The next thing, though, is, are you circumventing? Who are you using as that consultant? Most times, and I'm not going to argue with him, most times they'll simply park it and say, Mr. China, he's coming in even with money. Let him do the consulting and give us. That's where there's a breakdown, because you are no longer being the one consulting, you are just being given something and you accept it. If I even ask my brother here, because not necessarily, I know with FIRMA, not really FIRMA, but say the Ministry of Works, similar thing. They want to do a road. But without realizing that a road from A to B comes through so many different conditions. The soil there will be different from the soil there. The wind there will be different from. So immediately they should identify that they need a consultant to take those aspects and give them the best and give them value. Unfortunately, if you don't realize that that value is coming from consulting, you will go back to the question of, I didn't know where the toilet is, so I just wee it there. And unfortunately, many of our projects lack the good consultancy, which will now lead to the proper development. So that's where I would initially state it, that there's a big problem in that, first and foremost, consultants in Nigeria are not valued. Certainly consulting engineers. When you go to a hospital, you see doctors, nurses moving up and down, and you're thinking to yourself, wow. And nobody falls ill and doesn't turn around and say, I better go and see a doctor. Whether you want to pay for the doctor or not, but you recognize it. Maybe one of the problems is, who was it that was saying, so much development is all about engineering. But it took you to write a book. It took her to say it. Actually, everything we do, we should be identifying it. I enter the lift now, coming down. I should be able to say, oh, that is a good engineering thing. But the majority of people don't value what engineering has gone into it. So that is another problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe a slight modification. I think they value what engineering is. They don't value what the consulting engineering contribution to that process is, perhaps. I'm coming to past President Nuruddin Rafindadi. 2008, 2009, I was president of ARCAN, and Nuruddin was the vice president of ARCAN, and we had a wonderful time. And they would come flying from Abuja, and I used to like Amala for lunch. I remember that in those days. But even before that, from 1996 to 1999, it was one of the principal partners of AfriProjects. AfriProjects was perhaps one of the best things that happened to consultancy in the late 1990s, after some doldrum post-war years, and then AfriProjects came, and they were in their 30s, and they moved mountains. Nuruddin, why has it been so difficult for us consultants
to let government see the value in what we do. He's also been in government, so he's seen both sides of the aisle. Why is this so difficult? You go to Ministry of Works, they want to do a road. They don't want to use consultants. They want to give it to the contractor. They forget that he uses a consultant, but they don't care. Why is it so difficult for us to take it from what the Vice President said, to show and demonstrate value, for the client to recognize this value and be persuaded that it is in his best interest to use consultants? Why? You can use the, okay, use that.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. An excellent question, but I will, in the process to answer the question, I will start first by going to the question posed by the caption of this session, that is strategic roles of consulting engineers in national development. You started off classically by saying that everything that God has not created directly had an input of engineering, or was primarily a product of engineering, right? So we know to create anything for the welfare and the amenities of human development, you need engineering input. So let's go a step further and define what is actually the engineers, but consulting engineers. Like you just said, it's not that they don't appreciate engineering, but they don't appreciate the role of consulting engineers. And I think it's a good caption to talk about, because we, the consulting engineers, should try to define and set the standards for engineering consultancy. First of all, what is engineering consultancy? And who is a consulting engineer? And what should be our roles? What is our expectation? What role should we play in national development? And if you take that on and train ourselves in advocacy, I spoke earlier today about advocacy, and tell everyone concerned what really we should be about, perhaps we can move. It's a slow journey. It's a slow and painful journey, but incrementally, we can reach a point where we strike a dialogue between the engineering community or consulting engineering community and the government to try to convince them what should be the role of consulting engineers. And I said briefly, the strategic roles of engineers in national development, I will refer with good memory to your own book. Engineering is development. So if engineering is development, how do we deploy engineering to create development? And that is by defining and implementing the role of the consulting engineer. It is basically to define and set the standards for what is engineering consultancy. And from there, strive for professional excellence in engineering consultancy, and try to keep the standards through ensuring proper training of engineering consultants and having entered the consulting industry, continuous professional development of their training. Continuous because times change. You'll be surprised what a young engineering child can do with AI today in the design of interiors of the house, and compared to what we used to do it in the 90s, at least as well as I know the 90s. Things are changing all the time. So it is our role now as consulting engineers to define and keep developing what should be the training, what should be the standards, and how would we ensure that these standards are kept and made and kept dynamically. Second important function is regulation of the consultancy industry itself in the country. Of course, the biggest important role of consulting engineering is to help, to assist in the regulation of engineering, and specifically engineering consultancy. That is why today, ACEN is an important part of COREN. You know, it used to be that we used to lobby the Nigerian Society of Engineers to put a member of ACEN as part of their 6 membership in the Council of COREN. But today, thanks to the Koren Amendment Act, ACEN has a seat as of its own right in Koren, because ACEN, you cannot regulate consulting engineering without the presence of ACEN inside Koren. And then establish terms and conditions for consultancy services. And how are they even remunerated? These are important things because yes, consultancy is a specialty that helps you create the infrastructure, but engaging consultants is a commercial or business transaction. And you have to make sure that you have a useful and fair and dynamic agreement in order to keep the consulting engineering, because it's a business at the end of the day, to keep it progressing. And then from there, we can move on to protect the consulting industry. I say protect, not in the physical terms, but every profession needs to protect its stuff, define itself, and make sure that the industry itself is treated fairly. And that is, that's why I will go back again to advocacy. Apart from being engineers, being a professional body, one of your key primary duties is advocacy, to define yourself and defend your interests. That is done all over the world. So in this country, we've had engineers try to lobby and determine or influence policy right from the National Assembly level. We are interested in what is happening with local content. We have gone to National Assembly, we have made presentations, and we have the pride of having contributed immensely to the outcome of things like Nigerian content policy, things like Koren Act, and all the subsequent amendments, and even the registration of ACEN as a professional body. That entails legal and advocacy issues and efforts. And that is something we need to pay attention to. It was so important that around 2012, well, it started right from around 2010, yes, when you were president, we had one of the only few grants we had as an institution, some grants from DFID in assisting us, not to know engineering more, but to define ourselves and develop the advocacy skills to defend what we are about and what our interests should be. And that is an important aspect of our duties as a professional body, duties to ourselves, to our membership, and even to the country. So
maybe you have a long list.
No.
Okay.
And now,
is the last one.
I want to say something here in terms of advocacy. There was talk of this earlier. In World Bank interventions, and whether they are interventions and hard loans or grants, my understanding is that we are not asking for direct non-competitive appointment as Nigerian consultants. We are not even asking for exclusive Nigerian firms appointment. But what we ask for is, the World Bank itself has a regulation. If you have a project to implement in Nigeria, a key condition of the World Bank itself is that you should get a local partner to partner with in implementing that project. Not because it is a favor for the local partners, but because it is important for you to consider the input of a local expert who is familiar with the environment and the community. And that is not, so that's not a grant, that's not a kind of welfare, but it is in the interest of the project and even in the interest of the financier. So these are things that we need to understand, and we can only make it understandable to the government, because what we have to understand is that in many cases, the people opposing the role of the consulting engineer in government establishments are our own brothers, engineers and Nigerians. So there needs to be a conversation around that. We need to understand, we need to make them to understand it is for the benefit of the project and for the benefit of the government and the nation at large. These are things that we can make the Nigerian public to understand the role, important role. The last but not the least role is that consulting engineering in Nigeria is a link to international best practice. ACEN is a member association of FIDIC. FIDIC is the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, and ACEN has played very significant roles. Some of our prominent members have been members of FIDIC Exco, including our chairman here. And FIDIC is that place that defines international standards in consulting engineering. That is the organization that United Nations, the World Bank, and such other global bodies use. So it's important for us first to have an input there, but also to be the representatives of that best practice in Nigeria. So we can tell the Nigerian public, this is how it is done internationally, and that is the only way you can then align with what is happening globally. And I think I was just stop there.
Thank you.
But these are the strategic roles that I think that engineering consulting.
It's covered a much broader area than the question I asked him, but what he was making was important, so I needed to let him make those points so that they're clear. The question I asked was, why is it so difficult for us to demonstrate value if we are truly giving value, and why are people resisting the value? I'm going to go back to Lamata, where perhaps because there's a consultant engineer of experience leading it, what did we do right that we're seeing value? Or is it solely because the person at the helm of affairs herself knows the value, so she didn't need persuasion? That's the first question. The second question for you is this. You said, what are we giving? What does the client want? And what are we offering? Okay. And there are three broad levels. At the lowest level, the client knows what he wants. And therefore he says, I want a 3-story building. Architect, design a 3-story building. Structural engineer, design the structures. Electrical. So the client knows what he wants. With a Lamata, that's what we'll have. It's a technical organization. The client knows what he wants. And what he wants can be defined fairly clearly. In which case, we are just a technical solution provider. There's nothing sophisticated about what we are doing. If that building or project or road is small and basic, there isn't a great deal of expertise required to do it. In that case, the people in government say to us, we can do it ourselves. Why do we need a consultant? We can do it. And they want to do it. And they say we can do it in-house. Sometimes they have their own companies at home. So they don't want to give you, they say it was a consultant that did it, planning approvals in Lagos. They know that they are not going to use it to build, so they know the value, but they think the value is so small that they don't want to outsource it. They want to do it themselves, in-house, or they want to give it to their companies or their friends because expertise, high expertise is not required. By the time you are getting to 10, 15-story building, they say, can we really do this? And we find that in the Lagos area, Abuja area, and urban area, when the project is complex and it's in the building construction space, they recognize that they need consultants. But they then go to South Africa to bring the architects. Or they go to Turkey to get it done. Or the Chinese firm says, we will do it all for you. You won't have to pay for the design. And they think they're not paying. So they bypass us. Those are some of the reasons why consultants, they know the value. They think they can benefit from it. They think they can bypass it. They think they can do it themselves. That's one reason why they do it. And unfortunately, most of the things that we offer is like that. The next level of what we can offer is to take the solution to them. So it's not what they have asked for. It's a proposal that you have given them. And it is creative and it's innovative. And they say, If I go back to 1996, the Afri-Projects people went to General Buhari and they said, you are the chairman of PTF. Let us do this for you. He didn't understand what they were saying, but he was willing to entrust it to them. And he entrusted it to them, and they gave it their damn best. I have found that most of the projects that I have done successfully have not been originated by the clients. When Engineer Rafin Dandi was the CEO of FEMA, I went to them and I said, you people here are busy repairing roads. Let me give you a design for preventive maintenance. You guys are not doing preventive maintenance. He looked at it. He actually gave me the project. I did phase 1 for him. I did phase 2 for him. They've just given us phase 3. So you can solve a society's problem and go and tell the client, this is the solution, and sell it. Once you can sell it to the client, then he begins to see you as somebody who is bringing value to the table, rather than a technical solution provider where it is you. Lagos has so much transportation problem. Can we create solutions that we can sell to Lamata, Ministry of Transport, whoever, in which case we are elevating our own value. We are moving from technical solution providers to more visible value add system. What are your thoughts?
Unitely, and you have almost answered all the questions. Yeah. So, from the perspective of Lamata, if you know how Lamata was formed, you understand why consultancy can never be removed from any of our projects. So, Lamata started with World Bank project, and it is just one of the requirements by World Bank for you to get jobs done. You have to go through a series of levels of consultancy before you get to even awarding the project to a contractor. So we cannot, but from ESIA consultancy to feasibility to preliminary design to detailed design, so there are levels of consultancy. Before they will look at the project and be thinking of financing it, you must have completed that soft engineering part of the project. So that is the reason why Lamata has adopted that into our system. We are ISO certified. Lamata is ISO certified. So we have a system, and the system must be followed through for us to retain our ISO certification. So the issue of consultancy is something we cannot at any point leave out. But there's an aspect which we don't understand. The aspect of this EPC contract. Okay. So, just like I said, there's none of our projects that does not have a consultancy firm supervising the job. So there is a clarity that I need to clarify. The initial phase of our project was new to the Nigerian system. Nobody has implemented EMU train system that is powered by electric. Nobody. Even NRC that is certifying us, they are just coming there to also get educated.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't have the skill, they don't have the knowledge. In fact, Lamata had to poach people from abroad, Nigerians abroad, to come and manage the project.
Yeah.
So the initial phase was CCC, or there was a bidding process, not just CCC. So during the bid process, there's designed and built. And all other firms too bidded for that. There's a design part. But you can't be a judge and the jury in your own case. So we know you that designed, you cannot also be the one that is implementing.
That is supervising.
Yeah, you cannot. You are designing, you are constructing, you are supervising. So because we don't have in-house expertise, as at then, we engage consultants to come and do design review for us. So they did design review for us. Don't do design review alone. Also ensure quality implementation. And that's the policy we have been following on the rail. Just the rail. For our bus project, you must design by consultants before you even go through the procurement process. So, having said that, just to clear that, there is a problem. And sorry, I forgot.
Raffin Daddy.
Yeah, when he was speaking, he did a fantastic discussion on there's a political problem that is not seen everywhere. It is just that Lamata has made it as a quality management system that there must be a consultant supervising our jobs. It is part of our ISO certification. So we cannot do anything otherwise like other agencies can do. If not that, some of the contractors have this political will. Most projects may be awarded even before coming
Leverage.
to us.
Yeah, leverage is the word.
Yeah.
You have the leverage.
They leverage on their connection.
The ambassador, the prime minister,
But
everybody
what we
forms.
do in Lamata, and that's what the governor has given us support. No matter what they have awarded in principle, it must still be subjected to our procurement process. So what it means is that even when they award a project that has not been designed, which you don't eventually know what will come out of the design, so we still subject it to the procurement process, which starts from the soft engineering process, design review, design, detailed design. We go through all those phases before we go into this, even when the world think it has been awarded. No, it's not like that. We still go through the process.
Thank you. Our time has run out. It's passed some piece of paper to me. Somehow I learned to ignore those pieces of paper. But we all have been here. It's been a long day. And we want to wrap up in the next 5 minutes and get out of here. So just the last few comments. The summary is this. It is not the strategic importance of engineering that is not clear. It is clear. Within the industry, it is not the strategic importance of consulting engineering that is not clear. Within the industry, it is clear. It is the vested interests at the lowest level, the desk officer in the different agencies of people who appoint people who either want to do it themselves or give it to their cronies or do it in their private. It's a vested interest because they think they can do it. So if you stay at the low end of engineering, you will always suffer from that because there will be other people who think they can do it. So to us here, we must move away from the lowest end of engineering to the higher level of engineering. If you want to do a 2-story building, 3-story building, nobody will say who has done it before. I have 50 years experience. I graduated in 1975. Why do you need to give a 50 years experience person a 4-story building when a person with 4 years experience can do it? So I can't compete. But if you say you want to do Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport expansion, you won't give it to a 4-year-old. It's clear. You know you won't give it to a 4-year-old. So what do you then do? You go overboard and you say there's no Nigerian that can do it. You don't want to take the risk of giving it to a Nigerian farm. So you go and give it to a Chinese farm or whatever farm or whatever farm. So we as consultants need to upskill. We need to truly become consultant, not just technical solution provider for culverts on a street, one-span bridge. They will always take that from us. But how can we upskill so that when we really talk, they truly believe we are the only one who can do it, or people equivalent to us? I'll give you an example. I told Engineer Rafi Dandi 4 years ago, let me go and do preventive road maintenance system design for FEMA. I said, so it's not going to look for any 5-year-old person. If somebody in his ministry say, I can do it, say, you, okay, show me what you can do. At the end of the day, you are bringing something of value that you can demonstrate to that client. Technical solution provider will always be the least important. That is what we've taken out of this. I'm going to ask for final comments from the Vice President and Engineer Rafi Dandi. I'll take it that Lamata, sorry I forgot your name, forgive me. Now, how can we counter the foreign espionage? People say World Bank. They talk about them as if they are neutral. As if the ACC, American Company for Engineering Consultancy, doesn't have an office in Washington, doesn't lobby World Bank, doesn't influence the procurement process. We talk as if the system is fair. Is the system fair? And what can we do? For several years, the Americans was arguing experience-based. If you have 100 years experience, why you will not argue experience-based selection? And if you can persuade the World Bank to adopt it, you know you will always win. And we were always arguing quality and cost-based selection. And the Americans were always against it. And you think it's a fair conversation? Because where is local content? Engineer Debajo, our time is gone. How can we counter this massive foreign influence that is really in this game?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I answer, I just want to applaud Lamata. I want to say Lamata is actually the type of firm that we need in government. We do. You know, when you have them in their process, we've also been consultants to them, and we know that it's in the process. They're talking about being ISO certified and so on. So and yet, there's one thing I want to just mention to the audience here. We're all consultants. Generally, we're mature consultants. But I should say one thing that a lot of consultants don't also appreciate, and that is you shouldn't actually be doing what you can't do. So the fact that I'm a structural engineer does not mean that everything to do even with structural engineering I can do something else. So I think that's a very, very important part. And I want to applaud Lamata that they recognize very quickly that, yes, they could tinkle with BRT, they could tinkle with the road. Everybody knows, even when we were 6-year-old, we knew about what trains did, but it did not mean did not mean that we could implement, you know, a proper light rail system. So that's, I put them there. Coming back to your question, maybe it's good you've asked me, because I as you know, I work for a local company, but which also has some global connections.
An international brand.
Yes. And I do want to agree that the odds are totally stacked against certainly the small Nigerian firms. It's stacked against. So what do we do? The smaller firms can just rely on no man, you know. But anything to do with like World Bank and so on, it is stacked against us. That's the truth. For instance, they will ask you, irrespective of what your company can even say to do, they will ask you that they are going to give marks for the CVs of the key experts. And so you now will put a Nigerian who has done maybe a little bit here and there,
House for Mr.
as
Abiola.
against somebody who is in New York, who that's all he has done. There's no way you're going to win. Yeah. Even if you tell him your price is 1/10, he won't win. So there must be regulation, actually. Yes, World Bank can come and bring, I think the MD earlier on said, it's a grant. The pipe, he who pays dictates the tune. But I honestly know that I cannot, over all my years in engineering, I cannot land in South Africa and practice 1 day of engineering. I can't. They're going to, but here, everything goes. In fact, you get more surprised that, oh, that's nice. It was a Nigerian that did this. That's actually the way it is.
Can you imagine?
Almost invariably. So I do think that one of the things we must do is, it's not, advocacy is there. In fact, it's the advocacy that will lead to it. But we need this regulation. We need it badly. We're going to talk tomorrow, I think, on fees as well. That is just as bad. Because when you have now struggled to get the job, the fees are another thing altogether. No. We can't pay. So, direct answer is there's work to be done. There's work, but I think the regulation, and then amongst ourselves, we have to understand the challenges and don't just wait. I think that was what we also heard. Don't wait for it to come into your hands. I think, and I liked your fact of going to FEMA and coming up with a solution. Because when a client sees, it comes back to what I told you earlier about consultant. I would prefer to know that somebody has told me where the toilet is, rather than me spending 10 minutes looking for the toilet.
Okay, I must, even though you are the president in waiting, until you are president, I can stop you. You know the good thing about your suggestion, you are the one who has to implement it. You are the one who has to implement it. Nuruddin, the last word, and I'm going back to the question that I want you to answer again. Our colleagues in government who are standing in our way, how can we reach them to let them see that it's in the national interest to grow consulting? On that only,
yes,
focus on that.
Thank you.
It's in its collective interest to grow consulting, because they don't seem to see it.
Yeah. And I have 3 simple answers. Unfortunately, fortunately for me, you also mentioned them yourself. And I think that's actually the best way to demonstrate best practice engineering. What you did, and it has worked not only for my firm, but many other firms that I know. Hone your skills, establish your competence, make your proposals and suggestions. In most cases, it will be the only realistic solution. When you brought that proposal to FEMA, I doubt if anybody in FEMA has had that proposal. So it was not because I was from Aken that came. It dawned on all the staff, all the technical staff, that this is what we should be doing. And secondly, when you do that, sell your proposal. That's engineering and the business aspect. Sell your idea. And when you get it, do your damn best. And when you do it, I mean, it will be a foregone conclusion. They will actually be looking for you in the future, even if you don't have a solution. Do you have any solution to this problem? And finally, I know maybe it's not really in our power. If we know anybody who is good, competent, like our sister in Lamata, let us ensure that such important seats are occupied by people like them. We are Nigerians, we can have that influence. And if we do that, we'll be promoting the opportunities for the consulting engineer.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. I noticed that we managed to keep you awake, which means that the treatment of the topic by these eminent gentlemen has been good. It's been my privilege to moderate this session. Thank you all. Thank you all.
I think it has been a very wonderful session, especially one that is chaired by past President Engineer Bayo Adeola, FNSE FA Inc. Can we please put our hands together for them once more? So may I now invite the President of ACEN to please step up and take a group photograph with the chairman and our panelists. So the president will be making a presentation. You can have your seat. Thank you, sir. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
So, as you have seen, these are our fathers that have contributed to engineering in this country, and particularly ICANN. I believe most of us know the book by Engineer Bayo Adeola, Engineering is Development. I believe we should have a copy at our stand. If you don't have a copy, please do try and have a copy. Definitely everything about engineering, all the issues that we are talking about, is one book that have lived years, that has been very relevant. The soft copy is also available. So on this note, may I, on behalf of the ESCO Council and the generality of our membership, present this plaque as a mark of our appreciation to Engineer K. Adeola, FNSE, Fellow Academy of Engineering, the Principal Partner Comprehensive Project Management Services Limited, for serving as a moderator at this 47th AGM and Conference of Association for Consulting. Congratulations, sir. Yes, I think I wonder why it was not part of the, nobody has mentioned during the conversation. Engineer Rapindadi, not only our past president, but as MD of FEMA, he has been also instrumental for, giving ICANN the opportunity to train FEMA staff. And then also, as later in the evening, you are also going to hear more. For the past 3 to 4 years, Engineer Rapindadi also had been instrumental to link ICANN to the World Bank, to train World Bank consecutively for the last 3 years in feeding condition of contract. And that has been our live wire so far, I mean, in the last, in the recent time. As you know that times are hard, and we've been going all around, because as ICANN, one of the main things we do is capacity building, and he has done that for us to link us up with World Bank. And currently, even 2 times in a year, and then the last one we just did it in April, and then we are hoping to do, if not this year, at least early next year. So please, we're going to honor him this evening, God willing, during the dinner time for, being dear for ICANN in so many ways. Thank you. And then also, Eva, also dear to serve ICANN in another capacity also. As you can see, he has to come in all the way, because when we called him, it was, just sort of, impromptu, but he accepted to now serve as a panelist. And then we wish to appreciate this on behalf of myself, the ESCO, and then the generality of our membership. Here I wish to present to Engineer Nuruddin Rapindadi, FNS, Fellow Academy of Engineering, Officer Federal Republic, Principal Partner, APRI Project Consortium, to serve as a panelist at the 47th Annual General Meeting and Conference. Congratulations, sir. This is to Lamata. Thank you. The name again?
Engineer Abidemi Atabatala.
Okay, Abidemi Atabatala. So, actually, the plaque is for Engineer Mrs. Abimbola Akinajo, but Engineer Ajabatala is here on her behalf. Lamata, is one person that has been very supportive to ICANN, and has always been in our, all of you must have known that, has been there always to support ICANN as a panelist, as a speaker, and different capacities. So now ICANN wants to again present this plaque on behalf of the ESCO, the council. I wish to present this to Engineer Mrs. Abimbola Akinajo, Managing Director, Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, to agree to serve as panelists in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now
call you. But I'm here. Yeah. You know, maybe we should stop addressing you as vice president. Already the past president have approved that you are incoming. So it gladdens me. It's a pleasure that I present this award to my incoming president, Engineer Kunle Adebajo, FNSC, the principal partner of Europe, and partners consulting engineers to serve as panelists of this great session 3. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, may I now invite for the vote of thanks the Vice President of ACEN, Engineer Kunle Adebajo, MICE F9/E. Let's put our hands together for him as he gives us the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Distinguished engineers, this has been a very full day, without a doubt. And looking at the program, I know we were meant to finish earlier than now, but it shows the richness of the discussions and the resilience also of all of you who have stayed up to this time. So I'm not going to keep you more than a few more seconds because we still have the dinner. So in doing the vote of thanks, I'm just going to say we really, really do appreciate you all. Thank you so much, particularly those who either gave presentations or who are on the panel or who coordinated. But indeed, all of you for coming and staying and for even what you know are going to still do better tomorrow as well, because tomorrow we also have a lot in hand. So thank you very much. And I will not be, I know we will still do that tomorrow, but it will not be right not to thank the organizing committee. Yes, please, a round of applause. It has been, to most of us, this looks very effortless, but we know they've put in a lot of work. So thank you very much. And to our secretarial staff, who are out there too, for such a hitch-free first day. Thank you very much. And thank you. And we look forward to, I am told the dinner tonight is going to be something special. We have several guest artists. I'm not going to name them, but one or two have come in from abroad, especially to play. So please, anybody who is feeling tempted to miss the dinner, please don't do so. Don't do so at all. We look forward to seeing you soon. I'm sure the MC will give us more information on that. So once again, thank you very much indeed.
Put your hands together for him, oh. He promised you a very wonderful dinner, so let's clap for him very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now you are going to put your hands together for yourselves, and then I'll tell you why. Please, let's put our hands together for ourselves. Why is because we have stayed and waited until this time, and we really do appreciate you, especially for your time. So now we will close, but just a few announcements. Dinner starts at 7 p.m. prompt. And then tomorrow's event, very, very important ones. Tomorrow's event will start at 9 a.m. prompt. It's the first day. That was why we started how we started, but we are very, very sorry. By 9 a.m., we are starting tomorrow's event. And tomorrow, equally, we shall be having the ACEN Future Leaders Forum. We shall equally be having the annual general meeting for ACEN Endowment Foundation, and then, of course, the annual general meeting for ACEN. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much. We appreciate you. We shall be closing this event by reciting together the National Pledge. Thank you. That is the new regulations for the use of the national anthem, the opening prayer, and to close every event with the national pledge. Thank you. So I'll lead. Let us be upstanding. So we take the pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity and uphold her honor and glory. So help me God. Amen. Thank you all very much. Online participants, please see yourself to dinner by 7 p.m. Prepare dinner in your house and join us online. Thank you.
I think we've had a wonderful evening of awards, and many are still eating. So telling you that this vote of thanks is just a formality. Please continue enjoying yourselves. Continue eating and drinking. I hear there's a lot of dancing, and the guest artists I mentioned earlier, I think they're still on the way. So it leaves me just to say at the end of the day, thank you very much indeed, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much and good night. Have a wonderful, restful night tomorrow. And remember that tomorrow is not just the last bit of the conference, but also the AGM. Thank you and God bless.